I still remember the feeling of the cold seeping into my bones, even through layers of wool and goose down. It was late November, almost a decade ago now, and I was 27. Young enough to feel invincible, old enough to think I knew better than to push my luck. I'd spent most of my life rambling through the Rockies, working odd jobs as a wilderness guide, a park ranger, even a seasonal ski patrol. The mountains were my office, my playground, my sanctuary. I knew them, or at least I thought I did, like the back of my hand. That winter, I was living in a small, isolated cabin just outside Estes Park, high up in the Mummy Range. It was a no-frills place, barely more than a glorified shed, but it had a wood stove, a sturdy roof, and uninterrupted views of a glacial lake nestled in the valley below. Most folks avoided that area once the heavy snows started, but for me, it was prime solitude. My routine was simple. Wake before dawn, chop wood, check my traps. I supplemented my income by selling furs to a local outfitter, then head out for a long hike. It was usually a glorious, bracing experience, the kind that reminded you how small you were and how vast the world still was. But that particular morning, there was a strange stillness in the air. Not the usual crisp, quiet peace of a winter dawn, but something heavier, almost suffocating. The sky was an unbroken sheet of light gray, promising more snow, and the temperature had plummeted overnight. The lake, usually a deep, dark sapphire, was now a mirror of opaque white ice, stretching for what felt like miles across the valley floor. My plan for the day was to make a loop around the lake, checking on some animal signs I'd spotted a few days prior. I packed my usual gear, a thermos of coffee, some jerky, a first aid kit, and my old hunting rifle, just in case. I wasn't expecting trouble, but out here you learn to be prepared. My one mistake in hindsight was going alone. I usually had my dog, Buster, with me, a sturdy Labrador mix who was as good a companion as any man, but he'd twisted his paw the day before, so he was stuck by the fire, eyeing me with an accusing gaze as I laced up my boots. Another mistake, pushing myself. I felt a vague unease that morning, a prickle on the back of my neck that whispered stay put, but I dismissed it, chalking it up to cabin fever and the biting cold. I had a schedule, a routine. I wasn't going to let a little intuition throw me off. So I set out, the snow crunching under my boots, the only sound for miles. The air was so cold it burned in my lungs with every breath, and my beard quickly frosted over. It took me a good hour to reach the edge of the frozen lake. The sun was just beginning to think about showing its face, painting the eastern peaks in faint shades of rose and gold, but down in the valley, a deep blue twilight still clung to everything. I paused, surveying the expanse of ice. It looked solid, unmoving, ancient. That's when I saw them. Right in the center of the lake, cutting a perfect, unbroken line from one shore toward the other, were footprints, single file, deep enough to suggest a heavy step, yet strangely neat. They didn't belong. No animal, not even a moose, would walk like that in such an unnaturally straight line across the middle of a frozen lake, miles from any established trail. And no human would be out here this early, this deep in the backcountry. A shiver, colder than the mountain air, ran down my spine. My first instinct was to call out, a sharp, challenging cry that would echo across the ice. But no sound left my throat. It felt trapped, suffocated by the heavy silence of the valley. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn back, to ignore what I'd seen, to head for the safety of my cabin and Buster's warm presence. But I was a man of the mountains, a creature of logic and curiosity, and my own rules dictated that a mystery, once encountered, must be understood. To walk away without knowing, it was simply not in my nature. I adjusted the rifle sling on my shoulder, took a deep breath that stung my lungs, and started walking towards the lake's edge. The ice groaned faintly under my weight, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the soles of my boots. It was a sound I knew well, the voice of a vast, frozen body of water, and it usually reassured me of its strength. Today, it felt like a warning. The walk across the initial few yards of snow-covered shore felt like an eternity. Each step crunched louder than the last in the oppressive quiet. When my boots finally met the slick, wind-scoured ice, I hesitated. The sheer, blank expanse stretched before me, a featureless canvas broken only by those impossible prints. They drew me in, an irresistible pull to something utterly out of place. I began to move, slowly at first, then picking up a steady rhythm. My eyes never left the line of footprints. They were unnervingly precise, each one perfectly aligned with the last, as if laid down by a meticulous, unseen hand. There was no shuffling, no deviation, no sign of a misstep, just a ruler-straight path across the widest part of the lake. As I got closer, the details became clearer, and a new wave of unease washed over me. The prints weren't just deep, they were asterisk-pressed asterisk, not the scuff marks of a boot, nor the splayed, paw-like impressions of a large animal. These were distinct, almost two perfect oval depressions, about the size of a large man's foot, but with no discernible heel or toe, just a uniform, elongated indentation. And around the edges of each print, the ice wasn't just compacted. It looked as if it had been asterisk melted slightly, then refrozen in a jagged, crystalline rim. It was a subtle effect, barely visible in the faint morning light, but it was there, and it defied everything I knew about ice and pressure. It suggested immense weight, but also something else, something that transferred heat. I stopped a few yards short of the first print, my heart thudding against my ribs. The air was still, cold, but I felt a prickle of sweat on my brow. My breath plumed out in ragged white clouds. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't a wolf. It sure as hell wasn't a human. What the hell was it? My training, my experience, all the accumulated knowledge of decades spent in the wilderness, offered no answers. My mind scrambled, trying to find a rational explanation. A new type of snowshoe. No, there were no strap marks, no frame. A natural phenomenon, some trick of the wind and ice? Impossible. The regularity was too precise. I knelt, ignoring the cold that seeped through my insulated pants. My gloved hand hovered over a print. The ice felt unnaturally smooth within the depression, almost polished. I resisted the urge to touch it, a primal instinct warning me away. I pulled out my small multi-tool and used the awl to carefully scrape at the rim. It was hard, dense ice, no different than the surrounding surface, but the crystalline structure around the print itself was peculiar, almost like shattered glass embedded in the solid mass. I stood up, slowly turning in a full circle. The lake was vast, surrounded by towering, snow-covered peaks that seemed to lean in, watching. No other tracks, no sign of anything, just my own boot prints leading out from the shore and this single, inexplicable line. Where did they come from? Where were they going? I looked towards the far shore, a good 3 or 4 miles away. The line of prints disappeared into the shadows of the pine forest that lined the opposite bank. They didn't appear to emerge from the trees. They just began, almost as if the creature had materialized directly onto the ice. And the same on my side, though it was harder to tell from this distance. The prints seemed to start abruptly, a few hundred yards from my current position, continuing onwards. My unease intensified, coalescing into a gnawing fear. It wasn't the fear of a wild animal or even another person. This was the fear of the unknown, of something that broke the very rules of the world I thought I understood. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow them. Not because I was brave, but because I felt I had to. The alternative, to live with the unanswered question, to let this anomaly exist in my world without trying to comprehend it, felt worse than any danger. I tightened my grip on the rifle, its cold metal a small comfort, and began to follow the track. Each step I took, carefully placing my own boots beside the strange prints, felt like a trespass. The silence pressed in, amplifying the crunch of my boots, the frantic beat of my heart, the shallow rasp of my breath. The air grew colder, biting at my exposed cheeks. I pulled my scarf higher, covering my nose and mouth, the wool feeling rough against my skin. The sun, still low, was doing little to warm the world. Its pale light merely highlighted the stark, desolate beauty of the frozen landscape, making the prints stand out in eerie relief. As I walked, I began to notice something else. A subtle scent carried on the faint, barely perceptible currents of air that drifted across the lake. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it was alien, like ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with something earthy and mineral like wet rock or cold iron. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but once I noticed it, I couldn't unnotice it. It seemed strongest directly above the prints, a ghostly trail that lingered in the frigid air. I checked my watch. I'd been walking for almost 45 minutes, steadily following the trail. The prints showed no sign of stopping or changing direction. They continued in that unwavering, impossible straight line. The sense of a destination, a purpose, was palpable. But what kind of creature moved with such deliberate, unyielding intent? The silence was broken only by the sounds I made. No birds, no rustling of unseen creatures in the distant woods, no whisper of wind through the pines. Just the deep, ancient stillness of a mountain winter, magnified by the vast, open expanse of the lake. It was the kind of quiet that pressed in on your sanity, making you aware of every tiny sound of your own body, every beat of your heart, every wheeze of your lungs. My initial fear had slowly morphed into a kind of grim determination, laced with a growing sense of surreal wonder. I was an intruder in a scene that shouldn't exist, a witness to something truly outside the ordinary, and I was alone, utterly, completely alone, miles from any other living soul, following tracks left by something unknown. The memory of Buster's worried eyes flashed through my mind, a pang of guilt mixed with longing. He would have known. Animals had an instinct for these things, a primal understanding of threats that humans had long since blunted with their reasoning minds. He would have growled, bristled, warned me away. But Buster was safe by the fire, nursing his paw, and I was out here, drawn further and further into the heart of an unfolding mystery. The far shore was now much closer. I could distinguish individual trees, their branches heavy with snow, their dark forms stark against the pale sky. The prints led directly into a dense thicket of spruce and fir, a part of the forest that was particularly dark and tangled, even in summer. It was not a place animals generally frequented unless seeking deep cover, and it certainly wasn't a natural entry point for any creature traversing the lake. There were no game trails, no obvious paths. As I neared the tree line, the air grew noticeably colder and the ozone mineral scent intensified. It was no longer faint. It was a distinct presence, almost metallic in its sharpness. My breath hitched. The prints ended abruptly at the very edge of the forest, right where the first snow-laden branches drooped low to the ice. They didn't lead into the snow or up into the trees. They just stopped. The last print was as clean and perfect as the first. As if the maker had simply lifted off or vanished. I stopped dead, rifle half raised, scanning the dense undergrowth. The trees seemed to loom over me, their shadows long and distorted in the weak light. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming. This was too much, too unnatural. My mind, usually so adept at analyzing and categorizing, simply couldn't process it. I stood there for a long time, my gaze fixed on the last print, then darting to the impenetrable wall of trees. The silence was absolute now, broken only by a faint, rhythmic thump-thump that I belatedly realized was my own heart in my ears. I felt exposed, vulnerable, standing on the vast, empty canvas of the lake. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I decided to do what I always did when confronted with the unknown: observe, assess, and proceed with extreme caution. I moved slowly towards the edge of the trees, my boots crunching on the last few feet of snow-dusted ice. I kept my eyes peeled, sweeping the forest line for any sign of movement, any broken branches, any disturbance in the snow. Nothing. The snow beneath the trees was pristine, undisturbed. The lowest branches were weighed down with drifts, forming a solid, unbroken barrier. It was as if whatever had made the tracks had simply disappeared into thin air. I reached the final print, bending down again. This one was identical to the others, no variation. The strange, melted and refrozen rim was present, the smooth, unnatural depression. I ran my gloved finger along its edge, feeling the sharp, brittle ice. It was cold, so cold, and yet that faint, metallic ozone scent was strongest here, clinging to the air like a damp shroud. I stood up, baffled and more unnerved than I had ever been in my life. My logical mind was in a full-blown panic, overridden by an ancient, primal fear. This wasn't a creature of the wilderness. This wasn't natural. I slowly backed away from the tree line, my rifle held at the ready, sweeping the barrel from left to right. My instincts were screaming at me to retreat, to run, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this inexplicable phenomenon. But my curiosity, stubborn and unyielding, still held me captive. I looked back at the long, impossible line of prints stretching across the lake, back towards my own shore. And then something caught my eye. Just as the prints disappeared into the shadows near my cabin's side of the lake, near where they had seemingly asterisked begun, there was a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer in the air, a distortion in the frosty clarity, like heat haze on a summer road, but infinitely more subtle and impossibly cold. My heart leaped into my throat. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. It was too far to be distinct, but it was definitely there, a shimmering, almost translucent column rising from the spot where the tracks seemed to originate. And then, as I watched, it coalesced, not into a solid form, but into a momentary intensification of the distortion, a brief flicker of something dark, impossibly tall, and then gone. My blood ran cold. I hadn't seen it arrive or depart. I had only seen the afterimage, the ghost of its presence. Whatever it was fast, and it was still out there. Or maybe it had just left. I didn't waste another second. All thoughts of observation, assessment, and cautious approach vanished. Primal fear took over. I turned and began to retrace my steps, not walking, but running. My heavy boots pounded on the ice, my breath ragged in my throat. I didn't care about slipping, about falling. I just needed to get off that lake. I needed to get back to solid ground, to the security of the trees, to the relative safety of my cabin. The ozone mineral scent seemed to cling to me, or perhaps it was just my imagination, heightened by terror. Every shadow seemed to shift, every gust of wind seemed to whisper threats. The vastness of the lake, which had once felt exhilarating, now felt like an open grave. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. The rifle was a heavy, useless weight in my trembling hands. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see some towering, shadowy figure emerge from the tree line, or to see the shimmering distortion reappear on the ice behind me, but there was nothing. just the endless, empty expanse, marked by my frantic boot prints and that single, impossibly straight line of alien depressions. It felt like an eternity before I reached the shore. My boots sunk into the snow, and I stumbled, almost falling, but managed to regain my balance. I didn't stop. I plunged into the forest, not caring about the deep snow or the low-hanging branches. I ran through the familiar woods, my sanctuary now transformed into a labyrinth of shadows and potential threats. I ran until my lungs screamed and my legs gave out, finally collapsing against the trunk of a massive ponderosa pine, gasping for air. My body shook uncontrollably, a combination of exertion and pure terror. The cold still bit at me, but I was sweating, a cold, clammy sweat that plastered my hair to my forehead. I stayed there for several minutes, hunched over, trying to regulate my breathing, trying to calm the frantic thumping of my heart. The familiar scent of pine needles and damp earth was a small comfort, grounding me in a world I thought I knew. When I finally felt I could move, I pushed myself up, my legs still trembling. I didn't bother checking my traps or continuing my loop. The thought of being out in the open, vulnerable, was unbearable. I needed to get back to the cabin. Now. The walk back was a blur of heightened senses and paranoia. Every snapped twig, every rustle of dry leaves under the snow, every shift in the wind made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. The trees, usually comforting sentinels, now seemed to hide unseen eyes. Finally, after what felt like hours, the familiar outline of my cabin appeared through the thinning trees. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, a welcoming sign of life. Buster would be there. Buster would make sense of things. I burst through the door, half expecting to see some monstrous creature waiting inside. The warmth of the wood stove hit me, a blast of heat after the frigid outside. Buster, startled by my sudden entry, let out a yelp, then limped over to me, wagging his tail. He nudged his head into my hand, then looked up at me with his big, brown eyes, a soft whine escaping his throat. He sniffed the air around me, then let out a low, guttural growl, his hackles rising. He wasn't growling at me, but at something he sensed on me, or at something outside. My blood froze again. He sensed it, the lingering scent, the ozone, the mineral, the alien presence. I knelt, burying my face in his fur, clutching him tight. His warmth, his familiar doggy smell, his protective growl, they were a lifeline back to reality. "It's okay, boy," I whispered, though my voice was shaky. "It's okay." But it wasn't okay. Nothing about this was okay. I spent the rest of the day by the window, rifle across my lap, watching the lake. The sky remained an unbroken sheet of lead gray. The snow continued to fall, a steady, relentless curtain that slowly began to obscure the impossible tracks on the ice. By dusk, they were barely visible, just faint depressions beneath a fresh layer of white. By morning, they would be gone entirely, swallowed by the relentless wilderness, leaving no trace but the vivid, terrifying memory burned into my mind. But I knew they had been real. Buster knew. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind through the trees, every rustle of snow on the roof sent a jolt of fear through me. Buster slept curled tightly against my feet, his low growls still occasionally rumbling in his chest, a testament to the lingering unease that permeated the small cabin. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation, some way to fit what I had seen into the known world. Was it some kind of new military experiment, a prototype vehicle designed to traverse impossible terrain? No, the prints were too organic, too specific, and the heat effect too bizarre. A hoax, Who would bother miles from anywhere in sub-zero temperatures, leaving such an elaborate, unsettling trail? And the shimmering distortion. No, this was something else. Something utterly, terrifyingly, other asterisk. As the days turned into a week, then two, the snow continued to fall, burying the landscape under an ever-thickening blanket of white. The lake, now completely covered, became just another featureless part of the valley. The memory of the prince began to recede, pushed back by the practicalities of survival in such harsh conditions. Chopping wood, hunting for food, maintaining the cabin. But it never fully went away. It lay dormant, a cold, heavy stone in the pit of my stomach, a constant reminder that the world I knew was perhaps far stranger and more dangerous than I had ever dared to imagine. I avoided the lake. My usual routes were abandoned. I stuck to the higher ground, to the familiar ridges and valleys of the Mummy Range, always keeping a watchful eye on the vast, white expanse below. I found myself scanning the sky, searching the tree lines, listening for any sound that was out of place. My senses were on high alert, sharpened by the encounter. Buster, too, remained unusually vigilant, often staring intently out the cabin window, a low whine in his throat, his ears pricked. The local outfitter, an old grizzled man named Silas who had seen more winters than most, noticed the change in me. "You look like you've seen a ghost, young Un," he'd grunted one afternoon when I dropped off some furs. I just shrugged, mumbled something about a particularly nasty encounter with a territorial moose. He'd fixed me with a knowing look. "Some things out there," he said, tapping a gnarled finger against his temple, "ain't got no name. Best to leave 'em be." I wondered if Silas had seen things too, things that defied explanation, things that left an indelible mark. I didn't press him. Some stories, I realized, were too heavy to share. Life, or what passed for it, settled into a new, uneasy rhythm. My solitude, once a source of comfort, now felt like a vulnerability. The cabin, once a sanctuary, now felt like a thin barrier against an unknown world. The mountains, my lifelong companions, now held a new, unsettling mystery. Then, about 3 weeks after the initial sighting, the weather broke. A Chinook wind swept through the mountains, bringing with it a sudden, dramatic thaw. Temperatures soared, and the snow began to melt at an astonishing rate. Rivers roared, swollen with meltwater, and cascades tumbled down the mountain slopes. The ice on the lake groaned and cracked, fracturing into vast, shifting plates. I watched from my cabin, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. The ice, so solid and unyielding, was now a dynamic, dangerous landscape of shifting blue-green shards. And as the thaw continued, something else began to emerge. At first, I thought it was just the dark patches of exposed water between the floating ice sheets. But then, as the sun climbed higher and the ice receded further, I saw it more clearly. Right in the middle of the lake, in the same general area where I had seen the tracks, something was visible beneath the surface. It was large, very large, and dark. My blood ran cold for the second time. I grabbed my binoculars, my hands trembling as I focused the lenses. The object was massive, easily 40 or 50 feet long, perhaps more. It was sleek and elongated, like a dark, submerged torpedo, but with an odd, organic curvature to its shape. It didn't look like a rock or a submerged log. It looked manufactured, or perhaps grown. It was mostly obscured by the swirling, icy water, but I could make out distinct edges, a smooth, metallic sheen, even from this distance. And it was definitely not supposed to be there. This was a glacial lake, deep and cold, but not known for any large, submerged structures. No planes had ever crashed here. No ships had ever sailed these waters. As the ice continued to break up, more of the object was revealed. It lay at an angle, half buried in the silt of the lake bed, but clearly visible now. Its surface was a deep obsidian black, almost absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. There were no obvious windows, no propellers, no rudders. It was utterly featureless, save for that sleek, dark curve. It looked like something from a dream or a nightmare. This was it. This was the source. The prints, the shimmering distortion, the strange scent. It all coalesced around this impossibly large, dark object now emerging from the depths. Whatever had walked across the ice had come from this. My mind reeled. An ancient submarine, a meteorite. My imagination, usually so grounded in the practicalities of the wilderness, was running wild, trying to grasp at any rational straw, but none of them fit. Buster, who had been dozing by the fire, suddenly let out a sharp bark, then a series of frantic yelps. He was staring intently out the window, his entire body rigid, his fur bristling. He wasn't just growling now, he was agitated, terrified. His nose twitched, and he began to pace back and forth, whimpering. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, my eyes still glued to the object in the lake. He continued to bark, an urgent, distressed sound, then pushed his head against my leg, nudging me towards the door. He wanted out, or rather, he wanted me away from the window, away from whatever he sensed. I tore my gaze from the lake, trying to reassure him, but my own fear was growing with every frantic bark. He wasn't just sensing the object in the lake, he was sensing something else, something closer. Suddenly, a strange, low hum filled the air. It was barely audible at first, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't the sound of wind or water or anything natural. It was mechanical, yet organic, a pulse that resonated in my chest, a pressure behind my eyes. The hum intensified, growing in volume, a low thrum that vibrated through the very timbers of the cabin. The water in my coffee mug on the table began to ripple, tiny concentric circles spreading across its surface. The glass in the windows rattled faintly. Buster was now howling, a mournful, terrified sound. He tried to burrow under the table, his whimpers growing louder. I dropped the binoculars, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hum was getting louder, closer. It seemed to be coming from outside, from the direction of the lake. I grabbed my rifle, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I peered out the window again, my breath fogging the pain. The dark object in the lake was no longer still. It was moving. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, it began to shift, rising slightly from its muddy bed. The water around it churned, frothing with disturbed silt and melting ice. And then, just as I watched, a section of its impossibly smooth, black surface began to glow. A faint, ethereal blue light pulsed from a seam that was now becoming visible along its side, just above the waterline. The hum deepened, vibrating through my very bones. My cabin was no longer a sanctuary. It felt like a flimsy paper shell. My eyes darted to the forest line, my mind screaming. Had whatever made those tracks returned? Was it in the woods approaching? I saw nothing, only the familiar, snow-laden trees, now swaying gently in a sudden, artificial breeze that had sprung up, even though the air felt still and heavy. Then the blue light from the object in the lake flared, brighter now, casting an eerie, shifting glow across the water and the surrounding peaks. The hum reached a crescendo, a deafening roar that vibrated through every cell of my body, making my teeth ache and my vision blur. And then from the center of the lake, directly above the dark object, A beam of pure, intense blue light shot upwards, piercing the leaden sky. It was impossibly bright, a column of pure energy that seemed to bore a hole through the clouds. The hum shifted, changing pitch, becoming a high-pitched whine that grated on my nerves. The cabin shuddered violently. A loud crack echoed through the air as one of the window panes fractured, a spiderweb of cracks spreading across the glass. Buster was a frantic mess, clawing at the floor, whimpering, his ears flattened. He was terrified, and his fear was infectious. I knew with chilling certainty that I had to get out, not just out of the cabin, but out of the valley, away from whatever was happening on that lake. My intuition, so often dismissed, was now a screaming siren in my head. Run. I scrambled for my pack, stuffing in essentials with trembling hands. Jerky, water bottle, extra ammo, first aid kit, a map. My mind was a whirlwind of panic, but years of wilderness training kicked in, an automatic response to extreme danger. I had to be prepared. The blue beam of light pulsed rhythmically, like a gigantic heartbeat, illuminating the entire valley in an unnatural, alien glow. The hum was unbearable, a physical assault. My head throbbed, and a metallic taste filled my mouth. As I wrestled with my boots, pulling them on frantically, I heard another sound, distinct even over the roar, a distant, guttural asterisk click-thump, click-thump. It was faint but unmistakable, the same rhythm as the impossible footprints on the ice, and it was coming from the direction of the woods nearest my cabin. It wasn't just in the lake, it was here. My blood ran cold, a deeper, more profound fear than before. The cabin, which had just moments ago felt like a cage, now felt like a fragile shield. I grabbed Buster, pulling him close, trying to calm his frantic struggles. "We gotta go, boy, we gotta go," I shouted over the noise, my voice hoarse. I pulled open the cabin door. The outside air, usually crisp and cold, now thrummed with the intense energy emanating from the lake. The blue light cast long, distorted shadows, turning the familiar landscape into a surreal, terrifying vista. The asterisk click-thump was closer now, just beyond the tree line, not 50 yards from my cabin. It was slow, deliberate, and approaching. My eyes swept the tree line, and then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow playing games. But no, emerging from the dense spruce trees, tall, impossibly slender, and obsidian black against the glowing blue backdrop, was a figure. It was vaguely humanoid, but elongated, almost skeletal in its thinness. Its limbs were too long, too articulated, ending in what looked like three-fingered hands that were disturbingly large. It moved with a slow, deliberate gait, each step producing that chilling asterisk click-thump asterisk sound. Its head was small, ovate, with no discernible features in the intense, shifting light, no eyes or mouth that I could make out, just a smooth, dark surface that seemed to absorb all light. It was the thing that had made the footprints, and it was walking towards my cabin. Panic seized me, absolute and paralyzing. My rifle felt like a child's toy. This wasn't an animal I could hunt, or a man I could fight. This was something entirely beyond my understanding, something that defied all known laws of nature. Buster, seeing the creature, let out a terrified shriek, a sound I'd never heard him make before. He lunged from my grasp, scrambling back into the cabin, desperate to hide under the bunk. My own legs were frozen. My mind screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. I stood there, mesmerized by the slow, inexorable approach of the black figure. It was closer now, maybe 30 yards, its form becoming clearer in the pulsing blue light. Its surface seemed to shimmer, not with reflected light, but with an internal dark energy, like a hole in the fabric of reality. As it raised one impossibly long, slender arm, pointing a three-fingered hand directly at me, a new guttural hum, much higher pitched than the lake's roar, emanated directly from the creature. It wasn't a sound I heard with my ears, but felt directly in my skull, a crushing pressure that threatened to split my head open. My vision blurred, the world tilting precariously. I felt a searing pain, a burning sensation spreading across my chest, as if an invisible force were pressing down on me, crushing the air from my lungs. I gasped, struggling for breath, my hands flying to my chest. The creature took another step, then another. Its pace never faltered, never rushed. It was utterly composed, utterly alien. I stumbled back, tripping over the threshold, falling hard onto the cabin floor. The impact momentarily jarred me, bringing a flicker of clarity. I had to move. I had to run. With a superhuman effort, I pushed myself up, my body screaming in protest. I fumbled for the door, slamming it shut, barely registering the splintering wood. I grabbed a chair, shoving it under the doorknob, a futile, desperate gesture. The high-pitched hum from the creature outside intensified, burrowing into my brain. The cabin groaned, its timbers flexing, and a shower of snow and ice dislodged from the roof, thumping onto the ground outside. I dove for Buster, pulling him out from under the bunk, tucking him under one arm. His whimpers were heartbreaking. I grabbed my pack, throwing it over my shoulder. My eyes scanned the cabin, desperate for an escape. The back window. It was small, but maybe. Just as I turned, a blinding flash of blue light erupted from the front of the cabin. A deafening asterisk crack split the air, and the entire front wall exploded inwards, sending splinters of wood, glass, and snow flying across the room. The chair under the doorknob was pulverized. The front door frame vanished. Standing in the gaping hole where my wall used to be, silhouetted against the pulsating blue light of the lake, was the creature. It hadn't come through the door. It had simply removed the wall. It was inside. My heart seized. It moved with a fluid, terrifying grace, stepping over the debris, its long, thin form seeming to shimmer with that dark internal energy. It was much taller than me, easily 8 feet, and its presence filled the small cabin, making the air crackle with an unseen force. I squeezed Buster, who was now utterly silent, rigid with terror. I backed away, pressing myself against the far wall, rifle still clutched uselessly in my hand. The creature raised its arm again, its three-fingered hand extended. That crushing pressure, that searing pain in my chest, returned with a vengeance, more intense this time. My vision tunneled. I gasped, my knees buckling. Then, for the first time, I felt something new, a presence in my mind, not a voice, but a feeling an overwhelming current of cold, alien thought. It wasn't hostile, not aggressive in the way an animal would be. It was indifferent, like a force of nature, and it was searching. It was looking for something. The feeling intensified, a probe in my brain, cold and invasive. It wasn't trying to hurt me, but it was utterly violating. It felt like it was sifting through my memories, my experiences, my very essence. I fought against it, a futile, desperate struggle, trying to throw up mental barriers, but it was like trying to stop a tsunami with my bare hands. My mind was exposed, laid bare. I felt my life flash before my eyes, not as a coherent narrative, but as fractured images, feelings, sensations. The mountains, my cabin, Buster, my family, every joy, every fear, every mundane moment. It was all being siphoned away, analyzed. Then the cold alien probe withdrew slightly, but its presence lingered, a shadow in the corners of my mind. The crushing pressure on my chest eased, allowing me to take a ragged breath. The creature lowered its arm, its smooth, featureless head tilting slightly, as if assessing me. It was not interested in me or Buster. It was not hostile, but it was utterly, profoundly alien. Its presence was overwhelming, almost suffocating. The air in the cabin was thick with the ozone mineral scent, and the hum, though lessened now, still resonated deep within my bones. I looked into the place where its face should have been, but saw only a featureless, dark void. And yet I felt its gaze, a scrutiny that pierced through me, seeing everything. Then slowly, almost reluctantly, the creature turned its head. Its gaze swept around the cabin, lingering on the wood stove, the rough-hewn table, the worn bunk. It wasn't looking for a threat. It was looking for something else. Its gaze settled on a small, unassuming wooden box on. The wood stove, a handmade box I'd kept since childhood. It wasn't anything special, just a simple cedar box, carved roughly with images of elk and pine trees, a gift from my grandfather. Inside, I kept a few old coins, a worn compass, and a collection of smooth, strangely colored pebbles I'd picked up over the years during my ramblings. Mundane treasures. The creature moved, a silent, fluid glide across the debris-strewn floor. Its long, slender arm extended, its three-fingered hand reaching for the box. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty. It moved with a terrifying certainty, as if it already knew what it was looking for. My breath hitched. That box, filled with trivial mementos, was a link to my past, to my family. It was a piece of my asterisk world. Seeing this alien entity reach for it, with such calm, deliberate intent, was almost more unsettling than its mind probe. It felt like a violation of something deeply personal. But I was still paralyzed, pressed against the wall, Buster tucked tight under my arm, shaking silently. The searing pain in my chest had subsided, but a dull ache remained, and the lingering mental presence was a cold shadow in my thoughts. I could only watch, a terrified observer in my own home. The creature's hand closed around the wooden box. Its movements were impossibly gentle, a stark contrast to the destructive power it had just displayed. It lifted the box, turning it slowly in its grasp. The smooth, featureless ovate head tilted again, as if examining the craftsmanship, or perhaps sensing something within. Then one of its three fingers, long and thin like polished bone, traced the faint outline of a carved elk on the lid. And as it did, a faint, internal blue light, akin to the one from the object in the lake, pulsed briefly from the creature's fingertip, illuminating the dark wood with an ethereal glow. The hum from the lake, though still powerful, seemed to lessen slightly, a subtle shift that I felt more than heard. The cabin still vibrated, the fractured window pane still rattled, but the intensity had softened, like a distant storm passing. The creature held the box for a long moment, completely still, its dark form a void against the pulsating blue light from the lake that streamed through the shattered front wall. The silence in the cabin, save for the hum, was absolute. Even Buster had stopped whimpering, his body rigid in my arms, his gaze fixed on the creature. Then, with the same unsettling deliberateness, the creature opened the box. It didn't pry or force the lid. The lid, which usually required a firm tug, simply lifted, smoothly and silently, as if no resistance existed. Inside, my meager treasures were revealed. The old tarnished coins, the brass compass, the handful of colorful stones. The creature's gaze, or what I perceived as its gaze, settled on one particular item, a small, almost perfectly spherical stone. no larger than a marble, deep green, shot through with veins of glittering gold. It was one I'd found years ago, high in a rarely visited glacial cirque, and it had always felt strangely warm to the touch, even in the coldest weather. I'd kept it because it was unique, unusual, a small mystery I'd never solved. Its long finger reached into the box, bypassing the coins and the compass, and carefully picked up the green stone. It held the stone between its thumb and two fingers, turning it slowly, examining it. The faint blue light pulsed from its fingertip again, bathing the stone in a soft, internal glow that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. As the creature held the stone, the hum from the lake deepened, becoming a resonating thrum that seemed to vibrate directly from the stone in its hand. A sudden, sharp jolt went through me, an echo of the creature's mind probe, but this time it felt different. It wasn't invasive, not painful. It was a recognition, a spark of connection, an understanding passing between the creature and the stone. And then a faint, almost inaudible whisper drifted into my mind. It wasn't words, not language as I understood it, but a concept, a single, undeniable thought, found. The creature's head tilted back slightly, its featureless face still a dark void, but I felt an immense, almost overwhelming sense of completion, satisfaction, like a millennia-long search had finally ended. It was looking for this small, unassuming green stone. My mind reeled. Why? What was it? Why here? Why me? The creature carefully placed the green stone into a recess within its chest, an opening I hadn't noticed before, a narrow seam that had just subtly parted in its obsidian surface. As the stone settled into place, the seam closed, disappearing completely, leaving no trace. The creature's form seemed to absorb the stone, making it a part of itself. And then something extraordinary happened. The deep, resonating hum from the lake began to diminish, not slowly but quickly, like a giant machine powering down. The blue light from the object in the lake started to dim, fading from an intense, piercing beam to a softer, more ambient glow, then further still, until it was just a faint, internal luminescence. The pressure in my ears eased. The rattling of the cabin stopped. The world outside, though still illuminated by the distant blue, began to regain a semblance of its natural sound. The creature, its purpose apparently fulfilled, turned. It didn't look at me. It didn't acknowledge me in any way. It simply turned and began to walk with the same slow, deliberate click-thump gait back towards the gaping hole in my cabin wall. As it passed, I felt a gust of impossibly cold air, carrying with it that familiar, unsettling ozone mineral scent. Its presence still radiated an immense, alien power, but the invasive mental probe was gone, replaced by a lingering echo, a subtle coldness at the edges of my thoughts. It stepped out of the cabin, disappearing into the pulsating blue light and the swaying shadows of the spruce trees. The click-thump sounds faded as it moved away, back towards the lake. I remained pressed against the wall, Buster still trembling in my arms, for what felt like an eternity. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion, terror, and a strange, almost dizzying sense of anticlimax. It had come, found what it sought, and left, just like that. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself away from the wall, my legs still shaky. I crept towards the shattered opening where my front wall had been. The blue light from the lake was now a pale, gentle glow, no longer piercing the sky. The massive object, still mostly submerged, was barely visible beneath the churning, icy water, and the hum was now a distant, almost imperceptible whisper on the wind. The creature was gone. I stumbled outside, my eyes sweeping the forest line. Nothing, just the familiar, snow-laden trees, now eerily quiet. The click-thump was entirely absent. It had moved with unnatural speed or simply vanished again. I stared at the lake. The blue light continued to fade, growing weaker and weaker, until it was nothing more than a faint shimmer on the water's surface. The dark object, now mostly hidden by the ice sheets and the murky water, seemed to sink back into the depths, its presence receding, becoming once again a mystery lurking beneath the surface. The air grew colder, the strange artificial breeze dying down. The only sound was the crackling of the melting ice and the rush of the river, familiar and natural. The valley was slowly, cautiously, returning to its normal state. My cabin, however, was in ruins. Half of its front wall was gone, shattered into splinters. Snow had drifted in, covering the floor in a fine white powder. The heat from the wood stove was quickly escaping into the frigid air. Buster, finally releasing himself from my grasp, let out a tentative whine, then trotted uncertainly over to the shattered wall, sniffing at the splintered wood. He didn't growl, didn't bark. He just sniffed, a deep, inquisitive inhale, then turned back to me, his big brown eyes wide and questioning. "It's okay, boy," I murmured, my voice hoarse. "It's okay." But nothing was okay. My world had been irrevocably altered. I spent the next few hours in a daze, working on autopilot. The immediate priority was survival. The cabin was exposed. I needed to seal it up, however temporarily, before nightfall and the inevitable plunge in temperature. I salvaged what I could, using fallen timbers, old tarps, and spare planks to board up the gaping hole. It was a crude, makeshift repair, but it would hold back the worst of the cold. As I worked, my mind slowly began to process the enormity of what had happened. An alien being from a submerged craft had walked across a frozen lake, entered my cabin, probed my mind, and taken a small, green stone that I had found years ago. It sounded like a fever dream, a story ripped from the pages of a cheap sci-fi novel. But the shattered wall, the lingering chill in the air, the terrified whimpers that still occasionally escaped Buster's throat, they were all too real. The green stone. My grandfather had always told me stories of the mountains, ancient tales of starstones that fell from the sky, imbued with strange properties. He'd never specified what those properties were, just that they were rare and held great power. I'd always dismissed them as old wives' tales, colorful folklore. Now I wondered, had that small, innocuous pebble been one of them? Had it truly been of alien origin? And had I, unknowingly, carried it with me for years, a beacon to something ancient and distant? The thought sent another shiver down my spine. I had been a part of this without ever knowing it. My life, my routines, my solitude, they had all been unknowingly entwined with something vast and incomprehensible. By the time dusk settled, painting the western peaks in muted purples and grays, the cabin was sealed, albeit poorly. A fire roared in the wood stove, desperately trying to combat the ingress of cold air. Buster was curled tight by my feet, but he was still restless, his ears constantly twitching, his gaze darting to the makeshift wall. I sat by the fire, rifle across my lap, staring into the flames. My physical exhaustion was profound, but my mind was racing, unable to find peace. The experience had left me raw, exposed. The world suddenly felt thin, fragile, with countless layers of unknown reality hidden just beneath the surface. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the straining timbers, every whisper of the wind, every settling of snow on the roof made me jump. I kept replaying the events, trying to make sense of them, trying to find a pattern, a meaning. But there was only the cold, indifferent logic of the alien, its single-minded pursuit of that stone. The next few days were a blur of intense paranoia and self-reflection. I couldn't bring myself to leave the cabin, not even for essential tasks like trapping or wood gathering. I had enough supplies to last a week, maybe more, but the thought of venturing out into the wilderness, where it had been, where it asterisk might still be, was unbearable. Buster, mirroring my anxiety, refused to venture beyond the small porch outside the cabin door, and even then he was on high alert, constantly scanning the tree line. His low growls a perpetual undercurrent to the cabin's silence. The lake, once my place of peace, was now a source of profound dread. I avoided looking at it, but my mind's eye kept conjuring the image of that dark, sleek object buried beneath the churning ice. Was it still there, or had it, too, vanished, leaving only the memory of its impossible presence? I knew I would never look at that glacial lake or any stretch of untouched wilderness the same way again. The sun came out a few days later, a cold, clear winter sun that did little to warm the air, but at least brought a measure of psychological relief after the oppressive gray. The snow continued to melt, slowly revealing the scarred landscape. The river roared with renewed vigor. One afternoon, driven by a desperate need for answers, or perhaps just a morbid curiosity, I forced myself to walk down to the lake. I left Buster in the cabin, barricading the door behind me. His frantic barks echoed in my ears as I trudged through the melting snow. The walk was tense, every shadow a potential threat, every snapped twig a warning. I gripped my rifle tight, my knuckles white. When I finally reached the edge of the lake, my breath hitched. The ice was mostly gone, broken up into countless shifting plates that slowly drifted towards the shores. The water, a deep, unsettling black, churned beneath a thin veil of mist, and in the middle, exactly where I had seen it, there was nothing. No dark object, no faint shimmer, just the empty, swirling expanse of water reflecting the vast, indifferent sky. It was gone. It had vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence but the trauma in my mind and the gaping hole in my cabin wall. A strange mixture of relief and renewed terror washed over me. Relief that the immediate threat was gone, terror at the implications of its disappearance. Where had it gone? Had it simply returned to the depths, or had it departed entirely, leaving this planet? I stared at the empty lake for a long time, the cold wind whipping at my hair, feeling utterly small and insignificant in the face of such profound, inexplicable power. I returned to the cabin, defeated yet strangely resolute. Whatever this was, it was beyond my ability to comprehend or fight. My only option was to survive and to keep this secret buried deep within myself. Who would believe me? A lone man in the mountains, claiming he'd encountered an alien, mind-reading entity that emerged from a sunken craft to steal a glowing green rock. They'd lock me up. Or worse, they'd come looking. And I didn't want anyone else involved in this. The following weeks were a slow, arduous process of rebuilding, both physically and mentally. I repaired the cabin as best I could, using salvaged timber and applying all my wilderness carpentry skills. It was sturdier now, but it no longer felt like home. The sense of security it once provided was shattered. I resumed my routines, chopping wood, setting traps, hiking, but everything was colored by the memory of what had happened. My senses were hyper-alert, my gaze constantly sweeping the sky, the forest, the lake. The mountains, once my sanctuary, now felt like a vast, indifferent stage for events far beyond human ken. Silas, the outfitter, noticed my continued agitation. "Still spooked, are you, boy?" he'd asked, his eyes sharp and knowing. I just nodded, unable to offer another excuse. He didn't press. He just gave me a small, leather-bound pouch filled with dried herbs, telling me to brew them into a tea. For bad dreams, he'd said, his voice softer than usual. I took them, grateful for the unspoken understanding. The dreams, when they came, were vivid and disturbing. I saw the creature, its dark, featureless form moving through my memories, sifting through my life. I saw the green stone, glowing with an internal light absorbed into its chest. And I heard that chilling, resonant hum, a sound that seemed to vibrate from the very core of my being. I woke up in a cold sweat, Buster often whimpering beside me, as if sensing the echoes of my terror. As spring slowly crept into the mountains, bringing with it the first tentative green shoots and the return of migratory birds, I found myself increasingly restless. The cabin, the lake, the entire valley, it all felt tainted. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being an insignificant anomaly on a landscape that held ancient, alien secrets. My solitude, once cherished, was now a burden, amplifying my fear. I realized I couldn't stay. The mountains, which had always been my grounding force, now felt like an open wound. I needed to leave, to find a new place, a new beginning, far from the shadows of the Mummy Range and the terrifying secrets of the glacial lake. So I made the difficult decision to pack up my life. I sold what few furs I had to Silas, who again gave me a knowing look but no questions. I secured the cabin as best I could, knowing I would likely never return. With Buster trotting faithfully beside me, his paw long since healed, I left the Mummy Range, driving south, seeking anonymity and forgetfulness in the vastness of the American West. I didn't tell anyone what I had seen, not a soul. It was my secret, a burden I carried alone, a chilling reminder of the unknown forces that lurked just beyond the veil of human perception. I became a drifter, moving from town to town, working odd jobs, always keeping one eye on the sky, one ear to the ground. I never stayed in one place too long, always feeling the subtle pull of something unseen, a ghost of that alien presence. Years passed, the vividness of the memory began to fade, softened by time and distance, but the underlying unease never completely vanished. I settled eventually in a small town in Arizona, far from mountains and glacial lakes. I built a new life, a quieter one, working as a handyman, enjoying the warmth and the endless clear skies. Buster grew old, his muzzle turning gray, his bark softer, but even in his advanced age, he would occasionally fix his gaze on something unseen, a low whine in his throat, a shiver running through his body, a silent testament to the shared trauma. Then about 3 months ago, Buster died peacefully in his sleep. His passing left a gaping hole in my life, a profound loneliness that even the warmth of the Arizona sun couldn't fill. He had been my last living link to that terrifying winter, the only other witness to the impossible. Now I was truly alone with my secret. His death, as often happens, brought with it a wave of old memories. The Mummy Range, the frozen lake, the shimmering figure, the blue light, the creature, and the small green stone. They all flooded back, not as faded images, but as sharp, painful recollections. The burden of the secret, once shared with Buster, now felt heavier, almost suffocating. One particularly clear night, I was sitting on my porch, watching the stars blaze in the desert sky. It was a beautiful, familiar sight, a comfort in its vastness. But that night, as I gazed at the distant pinpricks of light, a cold, alien presence stirred in the back of my mind, a subtle echo of the creature's probe. It wasn't invasive, not painful, but it was unmistakably there, a faint, lingering shadow. And then I saw it. A flicker, a tiny, almost imperceptible shimmer in the vast, inky blackness of the sky. It wasn't a shooting star. It was too steady, too deliberate, and it wasn't reflecting light. It seemed to absorb it, a momentary distortion, like a tear in the fabric of space. My heart leaped into my throat. The cold dread I thought I'd buried so deeply instantly resurfaced, sharp and potent. It was familiar, too familiar. The shimmer expanded, growing brighter, but still absorbing the light around it, like a negative image in the sky. It was subtle, barely visible, but I knew what I was seeing. A craft, larger than anything I had ever imagined, yet utterly silent, utterly dark, save for that strange, light-absorbing distortion. It hung there for a long moment, motionless, a silent sentinel high above the desert. Then, from its underside, a faint, ethereal blue light pulsed, just once, a beacon in the darkness. And then, with the same unsettling speed and silence that had characterized its first appearance, it vanished, gone, leaving no trace but the terrified certainty in my mind. It was back, or rather, they were back. I spent the next few days in a state of high anxiety, constantly scanning the sky, jumping at every shadow. The peace I had painstakingly built for myself was shattered. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted even, returned with full force. I knew deep in my gut that the appearance of the craft was not a coincidence. It was connected to me, to the green stone, to that long-ago encounter. I had been touched by something alien, and that touch, it seemed, was indelible. My instincts, sharpened by years of wilderness survival and that one terrifying encounter, told me I couldn't stay put. Anonymity was no longer a shield. I was marked. I had to move to find answers, or at least to understand what was happening. I packed a bag, grabbed my old rifle, the same one I'd had that winter, and left Arizona. I drove aimlessly for a few days, heading west, then north, trying to outrun the unease, the lingering mental shadow, the memory of that shimmering craft in the night sky. I ended up in California, drawn by a vague, inexplicable pull towards the coast. I found myself in a small, sleepy town, nestled against the Pacific Ocean, far removed from the desert heat and the snow-capped peaks of my past. It was a place of endless horizons, of crashing waves, of constant movement. Perhaps I thought I could finally lose myself here. But the feeling persisted, that subtle, cold probe at the edge of my mind, the sense of being an object of interest to something far beyond human comprehension. One morning, while walking along the beach, I saw something in the sand. At first, I dismissed it as debris, a piece of driftwood perhaps, but as I got closer, my blood ran cold. Embedded in the wet sand, just at the waterline, was a single deep impression, an oval shape unnervingly precise, about the size of a large man's foot. There was no discernible heel or toe, just a uniform, elongated indentation. And around its edges, the sand wasn't just compacted. It looked as if it had been asterisk melted slightly, then hardened, forming a jagged, crystalline rim, even on the soft, wet sand. A footprint, identical to the ones on the frozen lake, almost a decade ago. My heart hammered against my ribs. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real, and it was here, on a public beach in a small California town. I scanned the beach frantically. No other prints, just this single, impossible impression, as if the maker had materialized, stood there for a moment, and then vanished. The ozone mineral scent, faint but unmistakable, wafted on the salty sea breeze. I turned and ran. I ran faster than I had in years, my lungs burning, the salt spray stinging my face. I didn't know where I was running to, only that I had to get away. I found myself back in my rental car, driving aimlessly through the town, then onto the highway, leaving the coast behind. The paranoia was no longer a vague fear. It was a tangible presence, a cold hand gripping my heart. They hadn't just found the stone. They had found *me*, and they were following me. Weeks turned into months. I moved from motel to motel, always paying in cash, always changing my routes, trying to throw off an invisible pursuer. I became a ghost, living on the fringes, always looking over my shoulder. My old life as a wilderness guide, as a man who knew the land, felt like a distant, irrelevant dream. I was a prey animal, constantly sensing the predator. The subtle mental probe became more frequent, more insistent. It wasn't hostile, but it was relentless, a constant pressure, a whisper of foreign thought at the edges of my consciousness. It was like a tracking device embedded in my mind. And then, about a month ago, a new development. The dreams intensified. They weren't just about the creature or the stone anymore. They were visions. Flashes of alien landscapes, impossibly vast and beautiful, filled with structures that defied gravity. Strange beings, not unlike the one I had seen, moved with purpose through these landscapes, their forms shimmering with an internal dark energy. And always at the center of these visions was a symbol, a complex geometric pattern, a spiral interwoven with sharp, angular lines, glowing with that familiar, ethereal blue light. It appeared everywhere in the dreams, etched onto the structures, emblazoned on the beings themselves, even forming in the distant, alien constellations. I began to sketch the symbol during the day, trying to capture its intricate details before it faded from my memory. It became an obsession, a puzzle I felt compelled to solve. I filled notebooks with drawings, each one slightly different, trying to understand its meaning, its purpose. The mental presence grew stronger, guiding me almost. It wasn't speaking, but it was showing me things, nudging my thoughts in certain directions. It felt like an ancient, alien intelligence was slowly, carefully communicating with me, or perhaps simply using me as a conduit. The visions started to leak into my waking hours. I'd see the symbol in the patterns of leaves, in the cracks of a sidewalk, in the swirling cream of my coffee. It was everywhere, and it was always accompanied by that faint, internal blue glow, a light I now associated with the alien. One afternoon, while I was sketching the symbol in a dusty diner, an old woman, her face a roadmap of wrinkles, her eyes surprisingly sharp, paused by my table. She peered at my drawing, then her gaze fixed on me. "That's not from this world, young man," she said, her voice raspy yet firm. "That's the mark of the travelers, the sky people." My blood ran cold. I looked up at her, startled. How do you know that?" She smiled, a thin, knowing smile. "My people have seen it before, in the petroglyphs, in the old stories. Sometimes they leave their marks behind." She paused, her eyes searching mine. "And sometimes they leave a little piece of themselves with those who see them." Her words resonated with the cold, alien presence in my mind. She knew, she understood. "What do they want?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She shook her head slowly. "That no one truly knows. They come, they observe, they take what they need, and they move on. But sometimes," she lined in conspiratorially, "sometimes they take a little more than just a stone. They take a piece of your peace, and they leave you with a knowing." She straightened up, her gaze once again distant. Then she walked away, leaving me alone with my half-finished drawing and the chilling echo of her words. A knowing, that was it exactly. A knowledge that burdened me, isolated me, pursued me. The mental presence in my mind shifted, grew clearer, more defined. It was as if the old woman's words had somehow sharpened its focus. It was no longer just a probe, it was a connection. a channel. And through that channel, a new sensation began to emerge, a sense of urgency, of impending change. The symbol in my mind's eye pulsed with a renewed intensity. I realized then that this wasn't just about me being pursued. This was about me being called. The creature hadn't just taken the stone, it had left something behind, a piece of its purpose, an invitation. The symbol, I understood, was a key, a coordinate, a destination. I closed my eyes, focusing on the mental image, allowing it to grow, to fill my thoughts. The spiraling lines, the sharp angles, the internal blue glow. It began to orient itself, to point, not to a physical location I knew, but to a direction, a convergence. My internal compass, the one I had always relied on in the wilderness, began to hum with a strange, unnatural resonance. It was no longer guiding me through familiar forests or across known plains. It was guiding me towards something entirely new, something alien. I opened my eyes. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now tempered by a strange, almost exhilarating sense of destiny. I was no longer running from asterisk something. I was moving towards asterisk something. I sold my possessions, leaving behind the small life I had built. I bought a sturdy, off-road vehicle, packed it with essentials, and set off. The destination wasn't a place on a map. It was a sensation, a magnetic pull, a whisper in my mind guided by the alien symbol. The journey was long, taking me across vast stretches of desert, over towering mountain passes, through dense, ancient forests. I avoided populated areas, staying off the main roads, relying on my ingrained wilderness skills and the increasingly insistent mental guidance. The symbol pulsed brighter in my mind with every mile I drew closer to its unseen convergence point. The mental presence became almost constant, a silent companion, a guiding hand. It wasn't verbal, but I understood its intent. It was leading me. I began to notice other subtle signs along the way. Not footprints, not shimmering crafts, but things just slightly out of place. A rock formation that seemed too perfectly aligned, a cluster of oddly glowing fungi in an otherwise dark cave, a patch of desert flora that shimmered with an almost invisible distortion. These were subtle markers, visible only to one whose senses had been irrevocably altered. My path eventually led me back to the Rockies, to a remote, rarely visited part of the mountains, far from the Mummy Range and my old cabin. The air grew colder, the pines thicker, the silence deeper. The landscape here was raw, untamed, untouched by human development. The mental guidance became a roar, vibrating through my entire being. The symbol in my mind was now a blinding, internal blue light, pulsing with immense power. I was close, very close. I found myself at the edge of a vast, forested plateau, overlooking a valley even more isolated than the one with the glacial lake. This valley was a pristine wilderness, untouched, uninhabited. No roads, no trails, no cabins. Just endless trees, towering peaks, and in its center, a deep, dark lake, still and glassy. But it wasn't the lake that drew my attention. It was the mountain that rose directly opposite me on the far side of the valley. It was taller than the surrounding peaks, its summit shrouded in swirling mist, even on a clear day. Its slopes were dark, covered in an ancient forest, but higher up, closer to the summit, the trees thinned, giving way to barren rock. And on that rock, subtly at first, then with increasing clarity, I saw the outline of the symbol, the complex geometric pattern etched into the very face of the mountain. It wasn't glowing, not yet, but its presence was undeniable, a colossal testament to an alien hand. It was massive, easily hundreds of feet across, almost swallowed by the sheer scale of the mountain. My breath caught in my throat. This was it, the destination, the symbol. As I stared, the swirling mist around the summit began to thin, pulled away by an unseen force. And there, revealed on the very peak, was a structure. It wasn't a natural formation. It was a spire, impossibly tall and slender, rising from the summit like a needle piercing the sky. Its surface was obsidian black, absorbing the light, but along its length, faint, intricate lines of that familiar blue light began to pulse, mirroring the symbol in my mind. The spire was a beacon, a monument, a portal. And as I watched, mesmerized, a faint, deep hum, similar to the one I'd heard that terrifying winter, began to resonate through the valley. It was softer, more melodic, almost a song, but it was unmistakably mechanical, alien. The mental connection in my mind flared, a direct, undeniable communication. It wasn't words, but an overwhelming influx of information, images, concepts, a journey across light years, a purpose ancient beyond human reckoning, a need. And then the creature, not the one from my cabin, but another, or perhaps the same one, emerging from a hidden entrance at the base of the spire. Its obsidian form was a dark silhouette against the deepening twilight. It moved with that same deliberate asterisk click-thump asterisk gait, walking to the very edge of the mountain peak, and then stopping. It looked directly at me. Even across the vast distance of the valley, I felt its gaze, a scrutiny that pierced through the very core of my being. There was no menace, no aggression, only that cold, indifferent, yet profoundly intelligent observation. And in that moment I knew, my journey wasn't over, it had only just begun. The symbol, the mountain, the spire, the creature, they were all part of a larger plan, a cosmic narrative in which I, a simple mountain man, had somehow become an unwitting player. I was being called, and I had to answer. The dread was still there, a constant companion, but it was now overshadowed by a profound sense of awe, a raw, primal wonder at the sheer scale of the universe and its hidden inhabitants. I was a witness, a conduit, and perhaps something more. I took a deep breath, the cold mountain air filling my lungs. I gripped the steering wheel, my hands trembling, but my gaze was steady, fixed on the distant spire, on the creature standing silently on the peak, waiting. I had come this far. There was no turning back. I put the truck in gear and started down the rough, untraveled track into the valley. The journey into the unknown was about to begin. The hum grew louder, encompassing me, vibrating through the very frame of my vehicle. The blue light from the spire intensified, casting an ethereal glow over the entire valley, transforming the familiar landscape into something utterly alien. The old truck groaned, protesting every inch of the descent into the valley. The track was barely more than a game trail, choked with fallen timber and loose rock, a path clearly not meant for wheeled vehicles. But the mental pull, the internal compass spinning wildly towards the spire, was too strong to ignore. The hum, no longer distant, enveloped the cab, a deep, resonant chord that vibrated through the chassis, up through the seat, and into my very bones. The air crackled with a strange energy, the scent of ozone and minerals now thick and constant, almost overpowering the earthy smell of pine and damp soil. The blue light from the spire intensified with every switchback, painting the ancient trees in shifting shades of indigo and violet. The familiar world was rapidly dissolving, replaced by something surreal, a landscape bathed in alien luminescence. Shadows stretched long and distorted, dancing like silent, grotesque figures in my peripheral vision. My hands, clenched tight on the steering wheel, were slick with sweat despite the deepening cold. Fear was a bitter taste in my mouth, but beneath it, a strange exhilaration bubbled, a sense of having finally found the eye of a cosmic storm I'd been caught in for almost a decade. As I navigated the treacherous descent, the mental connection surged, no longer a subtle whisper but a torrent of pure sensation. It was a wave of intricate data, not words, but complex equations, geometric patterns, and a profound, undeniable sense of purpose. I wasn't just being called, I was being uploaded my mind struggling to process the sheer volume of information. It felt like 1,000 voices speaking at once, yet all of them converging into a single, crystalline thought: approach, participate, conjoin. The symbol, the one I had sketched endlessly in my notebooks, now seemed to pulse not just in my mind, but on the very landscape around me. I saw its spiraling lines in the swirling patterns of fallen leaves, its sharp angles in the jagged cracks of exposed rock faces, its ethereal blue glow emanating faintly from patches of phosphorescent moss clinging to ancient tree trunks. It was as if the valley itself was a manifestation of the alien presence, a living canvas for its immense, incomprehensible design. Finally, the track leveled out, opening onto the valley floor. The dense forest here was unlike any I had ever seen, the trees impossibly tall, their branches interlaced so tightly that they formed a perpetual twilight beneath. The ground was soft with centuries of fallen needles, utterly silent under the heavy tires of my truck. The hum here was deafening, a physical pressure in my chest, a thrumming behind my eyes that blurred my vision. And the blue light was everywhere, radiating not just from the spire but from the very air, a luminous fog that clung to the undergrowth. I stopped the truck at the edge of the tree line, unable to drive further into the unearthly glow. The spire loomed before me, a colossal needle of obsidian piercing the sky on the far side of the valley. It was even more magnificent up close, its dark surface absorbing the blue light like a thirsty sponge, only to release it in the intricate patterns that etched its entire length. And there, at its base, still utterly motionless, stood the creature. It was a silhouette against the immense, pulsating structure, tall and impossibly thin, a dark void in a world of blue light. Its very stillness was unnerving, an almost predatory patience. I cut the engine. The sudden silence, broken only by the deep hum of the spire, was almost as overwhelming as the noise had been. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive quiet. I took a deep, shuddering breath and reached for my rifle. It felt like a childish toy, a relic of a world that no longer made sense, but it was a familiar weight, a small comfort. I slung it over my shoulder, then pushed open the truck door. The air that rushed in was cold, sharp with ozone, and thick with that indescribable mineral scent. Each step on the soft forest floor felt heavy, deliberate, as if the ground itself was resisting my presence. As I emerged from the tree line into the shimmering blue expanse of the valley floor, the creature stirred. It raised its impossibly long arm, its three-fingered hand extending. The gesture wasn't menacing, but it was direct, an undeniable command. The mental connection surged again, a single, undeniable directive. Continue, approach, it awaits. I walked, my boots sinking slightly into the soft, luminous moss that carpeted the valley floor. The vast distance across the valley, which had seemed immense from the ridge, now felt oddly compressed, as if space itself was warping around the spire. The air was charged, almost electric, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. Every nerve ending was alight, every sense hyperaware. The blue light cast no true shadows, making the landscape seem flat, two-dimensional, yet profoundly deep at the same time. As I neared the base of the mountain, the sheer scale of the spire became overwhelming. It wasn't just a structure, it was a colossal piece of architecture, seamless and organic, growing from the living rock. The symbol, etched into the mountain face, began to glow with a faint blue light of its own, mirroring the spire's internal luminescence. It pulsed rhythmically, a slow, steady beat that seemed to synchronize with the hum. The creature had not moved from its position. It stood at what appeared to be a vast, arching entrance at the base of the spire, a seamless dark curve in the obsidian surface, currently closed. As I approached, the hum grew to a crescendo, a sound that resonated deep within my chest, vibrating the very marrow of my bones. I stopped a few dozen yards from the creature, my gaze fixed on its featureless, dark form. Its presence was immense, radiating an intelligence that dwarfed anything I had ever encountered. The cold, indifferent scrutiny I'd felt back in my cabin was still there, but now it was tinged with something else, a quiet anticipation, almost a welcome. The mental communication intensified again, overwhelming my conscious thoughts. It was a rapid-fire download, a cascade of images and feelings. I saw swirling galaxies, constellations shifting through eons, countless worlds, some barren, some teeming with life. And then the symbol again, superimposed over all of it, a universal constant. It was a map, a language, a purpose. It was the genetic code of stars, the blueprint of reality. And then a direct, intimate thought, clearer than any before, the resonance. You carry it. You understand. You were chosen. My breath hitched. Chosen for what? As if in answer, the creature slowly extended its hand towards the massive, seamless entrance. And as its three long fingers brushed the dark surface, the symbol etched into the mountain face flared with blinding intensity, a wave of blue light washing over the valley. The hum surged, then shifted in pitch, becoming a complex, layered melody, a symphony of alien frequencies. The arching entrance, a solid, unbroken curve of obsidian, began to move, not like a door sliding open, but like fluid parting. The dark material rippled, swirling inwards, dissolving into itself, revealing a gaping aperture of pure, swirling blue light. It pulsed and swirled like a living portal, beckoning me into its depths. The creature turned its featureless head, its gaze fixed on me, then it gestured again towards the opening. Enter. The command resonated directly in my mind, not as an order, but as an undeniable imperative, a truth I knew intrinsically. Hesitation warred with an overwhelming sense of destiny. Every instinct screamed caution, but another, deeper part of me, the part that had been touched and altered by the green stone, urged me forward. This was the abyss, the unknown, but it was also the only path to understanding. I took a shaky step, then another, walking towards the shimmering portal. The creature remained at its edge, a silent sentinel. As I passed it, I felt a gust of impossibly cold air, a surge of that ozone mineral scent, and a final, powerful mental impression. The stone guided us. Your connection is the key. I stepped into the opening. The blue light enveloped me instantly, a warmth unlike any I had ever felt, yet also a chilling cold that penetrated to my bones. It wasn't light as I understood it. It was energy, a living, vibrating field. The familiar world vanished behind me, replaced by an infinite, shimmering blue. My ears popped, my vision blurred, and I felt a dizzying sensation, as if my very atoms were being stretched and reformed. When my senses stabilized, I found myself in a vast, cavernous space. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of the same obsidian material as the spire's exterior, but here it wasn't just dark. It was alive with a network of glowing blue lines, veins of light that pulsed with the hum I now realized was pervasive throughout the entire structure. The air was warm still and carried that strange, metallic ozone scent, but it was clean, somehow breathable. The space was immense, easily hundreds of yards in every direction, stretching up into an impossibly high vaulted ceiling where more glowing lines converged into intricate geometric patterns. It was not a natural cave, nor was it a conventional building. It was a blend of technology and biology, a living machine. In the center of this chamber, suspended perhaps 50 feet above the floor, was a colossal object. It was sleek and elongated, a dark obsidian torpedo, exactly like the one I had seen in the glacial lake. But this one was pristine, utterly flawless, glowing with a soft, internal blue light that emanated from faint seams along its length. It was docked, held in place by invisible forces, connected to the pulsing veins of light that crisscrossed the chamber. This was their vessel, the source of the tracks, the shimmering distortion, the hum. It was larger than any human craft, graceful and terrifying in its alien perfection. As I stared, mesmerized, the creature that had guided me here walked silently past me. It moved with a smooth, fluid grace, its asterisk click-thump steps echoing faintly on the obsidian floor, a sound that was somehow muted here, absorbed by the structure itself. It walked towards the immense vessel, its dark form a stark contrast to the pulsating blue. Another creature identical to the first emerged from a recess in the wall, then another and another. They were not numerous, perhaps a dozen in total, but their silent, purposeful movements filled the cavern with an overwhelming sense of ancient purpose. They moved without sound, without hesitation, their featureless heads tilting subtly, as if communicating through an unseen network. They were the travelers, the sky people. They began to gather around the vessel, their long, slender arms reaching up, their three-fingered hands touching the dark surface. As they did, the blue lines crisscrossing the chamber flared, and the hum intensified, shifting in pitch, becoming a complex harmonic chord that vibrated through the very air. Then the creature that had led me here turned back, its featureless face once again directing its inscrutable gaze upon me. The mental connection surged, a direct current of thought. Observe, learn. The time for understanding is upon you. I stood there, a lone, insignificant human in a cathedral of alien technology, my rifle still slung across my shoulder, feeling utterly out of place, yet undeniably a part of it all. My fear was still present, a cold knot in my gut, but it was overshadowed by an almost unbearable wonder, a fascination that transcended all earthly emotions. The creatures began to move with a synchronized purpose. Several of them approached the colossal vessel, their hands tracing the faint, glowing seams on its dark surface. As they did, a section of the hull, impossibly smooth and black, began to shimmer, then parted, folding inwards like liquid shadow, revealing a brilliant, intensely blue-lit interior. From within, a platform extended, shimmering with the same blue light. On it, partially obscured by the intense glow, I could see other shapes, other forms. Not creatures, but apparatus, intricate devices of unknown function, pulsing with a deep internal energy. The creature closest to me, the one that seemed to be my guide, gestured once more with its slender arm, not towards the vessel, but towards a section of the obsidian wall directly opposite me. Your station. The thought was clear, unambiguous. I looked where it indicated, a small alcove, previously indistinguishable from the rest of the wall, now glowed with a faint, inviting blue light. Within it, a smooth obsidian slab had emerged, forming a kind of bench or platform. It wasn't threatening, but it was clearly meant for me. With a deep breath, I walked towards it. As I approached, the slab gently lowered, as if sensing my presence, inviting me to sit. I hesitated for a moment, then, with a strange mix of apprehension and obedience, I sat down on the cool, smooth surface. It molded slightly to my form, surprisingly comfortable. As I sat, the blue light in the alcove intensified, forming a soft, enveloping sphere around me. I felt a subtle tingle across my skin, a gentle vibration that seemed to calm my racing heart. The mental connection, which had been a torrent, now softened, becoming a constant, gentle hum in the back of my mind, a steady presence like a watchful guardian. From my vantage point, I had a clear view of the entire chamber. The creatures were now actively engaged with their vessel, moving around it with a silent, graceful efficiency. Their forms seemed to shimmer, their dark surfaces occasionally catching and re-emitting the blue light in strange, almost hallucinatory patterns. They were preparing something. Then the lead creature, my guide, stepped onto the glowing platform that extended from the vessel. It turned, and for a moment its gaze was directly on me. The mental connection flared one last time, imparting a powerful, resonant message. We have observed, we have retrieved. Now you will bear witness to the journey, to the truth, and to the purpose of the stone. As the message faded, the platform retracted, carrying the creature into the brilliant, blue-lit interior of the vessel. The section of the hull shimmered once more, then seamlessly closed, leaving no trace of the opening. The vessel was whole again, a dark, flawless torpedo pulsing with internal light. The remaining creatures in the chamber, still perhaps a dozen of them, now arranged themselves in a wide circle around the vessel. They stood utterly still, their long, slender arms extended, their three-fingered hands pointing towards the central object. As they did, the network of blue lines crisscrossing the chamber walls flared, and the hum deepened, becoming a vast, resonating chord that filled the entire space, vibrating through my very essence. The colossal vessel began to descend, slowly, silently, towards the obsidian floor. As it approached, a circular section of the floor, directly beneath the vessel, began to glow with an intense blue light. It expanded outwards, forming a perfect ring of luminescence. The humming reached a new crescendo, a powerful, undulating wave of sound that was felt more than heard. My entire body trembled. My vision swam with the intensity of the blue light that pulsed from every surface. I felt a profound sense of anticipation, a gathering of immense, unknown power. The vessel finally settled onto the glowing ring on the floor, its obsidian surface now radiating a deep, internal blue. The surrounding creatures remained motionless, their extended hands still pointing, like conduits of an unseen energy. Then, from the center of the vessel, from a point on its sleek, dark hull, a single, impossibly bright beam of blue light shot upwards, piercing the high, vaulted ceiling. It was a column of pure energy, almost blinding in its intensity, far more powerful than the beam I had witnessed from the lake. The ceiling, instead of being damaged, seemed to absorb it, becoming a translucent, shimmering window to something beyond. And as I watched through that shimmering window in the ceiling, I saw images begin to form, not reflections but projections, visions. They were fleeting at first, chaotic flashes of light and color, but then they solidified, resolving into coherent scenes. I saw distant stars, spiraling nebulae, planets of impossible hues. I saw the symbol not just as an etching, but as a living, expanding entity connecting these cosmic vistas. Then the visions shifted. I saw the creature's homeworld, a world bathed in perpetual twilight, illuminated by twin moons and a dim red sun. Vast crystalline cities rose from the plains, shimmering with internal light. Beings identical to those around me moved through these cities, tending to colossal, intricate machines or communing in vast, silent chambers. It was a civilization ancient beyond human comprehension, built on harmony, logic, and an almost sacred reverence for knowledge. I saw their journey, across light years, across countless millennia, their vessels powered by the very energy that pulsed around me, traversing the void between stars, their purpose, observation, collection, preservation. They were cosmic librarians, chroniclers of the universe, their vast intelligence dedicated to understanding the fundamental truths of existence. And then I saw the green stone. It appeared in the projections, glowing with an internal light, orbiting a world that was unmistakably Earth, but an Earth from a time long, long before humanity. It was one of many, a network of such stones, scattered across the galaxy, each a focal point, a repository of a unique form of energy, a key to a larger system. They were not merely rocks, they were conduits, memory banks, anchors in a cosmic tapestry. My own memory of finding the stone, years ago in the glacial cirque, flashed through my mind, superimposed on the alien visions. I saw myself, young and oblivious, picking up the small, warm pebble, and I saw the creature, years later, patiently following the stone's dormant signal, crossing the frozen lake. The visions focused on the stone's energy. It wasn't destructive, but transformative. It was a catalyst, a link, and it was connected to me asterisk. The mental probe, the knowing I had acquired, was a direct result of my prolonged contact with the stone. It had subtly rewired my brain, tuning me to the traveler's frequencies, preparing me for this very moment. The visions began to loop, reinforcing the scale, the purpose. The creatures, guardians of this cosmic archive, had come to retrieve a lost piece of their grand design, a stone that had fallen to earth untold eons ago. And I, the simple mountain man, had unknowingly become a part of their story. The hum shifted again, becoming a deeper, almost hypnotic rhythm. The blue light from the vessel intensified further, now radiating outwards in waves, washing over the entire chamber. The motionless creatures around the vessel seemed to glow with a faint, internal light of their own, as if they were absorbing and channeling the energy. Then the visions in the ceiling began to focus on me. My life, my memories, played out in intricate detail. My childhood in the mountains, my wanderings, my solitude, my connection to the wilderness. They were not judging, they were simply observing, analyzing. They were studying humanity through me, through my experiences. A new sensation arose within me, not a thought, but a deep, overwhelming realization. I was not just a witness, I was an interface. My mind, enhanced by the stone's lingering influence, was now a bridge between their ancient, alien consciousness and the raw, untamed essence of Earth. They were not just observing, they were asterisk learning from me, from my unique perspective as a creature of this specific world. The sensation was profound, almost unbearable in its intensity. It was both a colossal burden and an incredible privilege. My entire life, every memory, every feeling, every nuance of my existence was being absorbed, understood, integrated into their vast cosmic library. The blue light surged one final time, blinding me for a split second. When my vision cleared, the images in the ceiling were gone, replaced by a swirling starry expanse, a glimpse of the true cosmos beyond the spire. The hum softened, fading slightly, but the profound sense of connection remained, a permanent alteration in my consciousness. The vessel remained on its glowing pedestal, its internal light now a steady, gentle pulse. The creatures around it slowly lowered their arms, their silent vigil seemingly complete. They began to move again with that same fluid grace, returning to their positions, some disappearing into hidden recesses in the walls, others remaining in the chamber, their dark forms now distinct against the softened blue glow. My guide creature walked back towards me, stopping a few feet from my alcove. It didn't speak, but its mental presence was undeniable, a calming, reassuring force. The exchange is complete. The stone's purpose is reactivated. Our archives are updated. Then a new layer of communication, more nuanced, more personal. Your integration is irreversible. Your perception is expanded. You are now a link, a bridge. I felt a strange, cold joy at this integration. It was terrifying, yes, but also utterly liberating. The truth was out. The burden of the secret was gone, replaced by a profound, if frightening, understanding. I was no longer just a man. I was something more, something connected. The creature extended its three-fingered hand towards me again. This time there was no command, no imperative. It was an invitation. Walk with us. See. I stood up from the alcove. The blue light around me retracted, allowing me to step out into the chamber. The coldness and the ozone scent were still present, but my body felt different, lighter, more attuned. My senses were sharper, the hum in the air now a subtle, almost musical vibration, a constant backdrop to this alien world. I followed the creature as it moved towards a different section of the chamber, a part of the wall that shimmered with a subtle, rippling effect, like water reflecting moonlight. As we approached, the ripples intensified, then parted, revealing another entrance. This one was not a portal of pure light, but a passageway, a dark, gleaming tunnel that stretched into the depths of the spire. Other creatures were already moving through this passage, their forms disappearing into the darkness. The hum was fainter here, but the blue lines continued to pulse along the walls, guiding the way. My guide creature stopped at the entrance, turning its featureless head towards me once more. The mental connection offered a final, clear thought for this moment. There is much to understand, much to experience. Your journey has only just truly begun. I nodded, a purely human gesture that I knew it would understand not with logic, but through the shared resonance of our minds. I stepped into the dark passage, leaving the vast central chamber behind, following the faint blue lines into the unknown depths of the spire. The air was colder here, the silence more profound, broken only by the soft, almost imperceptible asterisk click thump of the creature's steps behind me. I was no longer just a visitor, I was an initiate. And the path ahead, though terrifying, was undeniably my destiny. The dark passage was cool, almost cold, a stark contrast to the buzzing warmth of the central chamber. Its walls were smooth, seamless obsidian, interrupted only by the faint, pulsing blue lines that snaked along them, acting as ethereal guides into the unknown. The hum so pervasive outside was muted here, a low thrum that vibrated gently through the floor beneath my boots, a subtle rhythm that now felt oddly comforting, like a distant, ancient heartbeat. I followed the creature silently, my footsteps, even in my heavy boots, making no sound on the slick surface. It moved with that same unsettling, fluid grace, its obsidian form a deeper shadow in the dim, blue-lit tunnel. The air, thin and dry, still carried the faint ozone mineral scent, but it was less overpowering here, almost a part of the spire's natural atmosphere. The passage sloped gently downwards, then curved, not sharply, but in a long, elegant arc, as if following some immense, organic internal structure. I lost all sense of direction, of up or down, of the world outside. There was only the endless, gleaming tunnel, the pulsing blue lines, and the silent, alien presence guiding me deeper into the mountain. My mind, still reeling from the integration, felt both expanded and strangely calm. The torrent of information had subsided, leaving behind a subtle echo, a lingering coldness at the edges of my thoughts. But it wasn't an unpleasant cold. It was a clarity, a heightened awareness that made every detail of my surroundings sharper, more vivid. I noticed the faint, almost imperceptible shifts in the blue light, the intricate patterns within the obsidian itself, like frozen starlight. My body felt light, almost weightless, as if the very atoms that composed me were buzzing with a new, subtle energy. After what felt like an eternity, though I couldn't guess at the actual passage of time, the tunnel opened into another chamber. This one was smaller than the central one, more intimate, yet still immense by human standards. It was circular, its walls a continuous curve of obsidian, crisscrossed by even finer, more intricate blue lines that pulsed with a soft, steady rhythm. In the center of the chamber, a single circular platform of polished obsidian rose slightly from the floor, bathed in a soft, ethereal blue glow. My guide creature stopped at the entrance, turning its featureless head to face me. The mental connection, now a subtle, direct current, flowed into my mind. Observe, perceive. Your understanding will deepen here. It gestured towards the glowing platform in the center of the room. I hesitated for a moment, then walked forward, stepping onto the smooth, cool surface. As my boots met the obsidian, the blue light beneath me brightened, and a low, resonant hum rose from the platform, vibrating gently through my feet, up my legs, and into my torso. It was the same harmonic hum I had felt in the central chamber, but focused, more intense. The creature remained at the entrance, a silent, watchful sentinel. The other creatures I had seen in the main chamber were absent. Here, it was just me and my guide in this silent, glowing space far beneath the surface of the earth. Then the walls of the chamber began to shift, not physically, but visually. The intricate blue lines started to move, coalescing into swirling patterns, then into images. They were not projections, not holograms, but rather, the very surface of the obsidian seemed to become a screen, revealing visions that unfolded around me, encompassing my entire field of view. The first images were of the cosmos, breathtaking in their scale and beauty. I saw nebulae, vast clouds of gas and dust, birthing new stars. I saw galaxies spiraling arm by arm like colossal pinwheels of light. I saw black holes, devouring light, yet radiating an eerie, distant beauty. And through it all, connecting everything, was the symbol, pulsing with an internal blue light, a universal constant woven into the fabric of reality. The mental connection surged, a flood of information accompanying the visions. It wasn't just sight, it was pure data, understanding without words. I comprehended with chilling clarity that these beings were not simply observers, they were guardians of universal order, cultivators of cosmic understanding. Their purpose was to map, to analyze, to maintain the delicate balance of existence itself. Then the visions shifted again, focusing closer, zooming in on individual stars, individual planets. I saw civilizations rise and fall, not just on Earth, but on countless worlds across the galaxy. Beings of light, of shadow, of pure energy, living out their complex, fleeting lives. Each one unique, each one a thread in the grand tapestry. And through it all, I saw the green stones. Not just one, but millions, perhaps billions, scattered across the cosmos. Each one a tiny beacon, a living memory cell, absorbing and storing the unique energetic signature of the world it resided on. They were repositories of planetary consciousness, cosmic hard drives. The stone I had found was not just a conduit. It was Earth's unique fingerprint, its soul, captured and recorded over eons. The understanding was overwhelming, too vast for a single human mind. My head throbbed, not with pain, but with the sheer volume of incoming data. Yet the gentle hum from the platform and the steady, reassuring presence of my guide kept me grounded, preventing me from being lost in the cosmic deluge. The visions then focused on Earth, but not the Earth I knew. I saw primordial oceans teeming with grotesque, beautiful life. I saw continents drift, mountains rise, volcanoes erupt in cataclysmic fury. I saw the slow, inexorable march of evolution, the first amphibians crawling onto land, the dinosaurs ruling their ancient world, the rise of mammals, and finally, the emergence of humanity. But what truly startled me was the appearance of the creatures themselves in these ancient Earth visions. They were there subtly in the background, not interfering, not guiding, but observing. Their dark vessels, small by cosmic standards, would occasionally enter Earth's atmosphere, depositing a stone, then retreating. Always silent, always unnoticed by the nascent life below. They were the silent gardeners of the cosmos, planting these memory seeds, monitoring their growth, ensuring their preservation. My mind raced, connecting the dots, the glacial lake, the submerged vessel. It hadn't been a crash landing, it had been a retrieval. The stone, Earth's ancient memory, had been activated, its signal finally reaching its long-lost guardians, and I unknowingly had become the catalyst. The visions then shifted again, becoming more personal. I saw my own life, replayed not as I remembered it, but as a series of energetic impulses, a complex dance of choices and consequences. My affinity for the mountains, my solitude, my connection to the wild places, they were all part of a larger pattern, a resonance that had drawn me to the green stone, and in turn had drawn the travelers to me. I understood then the integration. My mind had not just been probed, it had been tuned, adapted. I was no longer seeing the world through purely human eyes. I was seeing it through the lens of universal consciousness, connected to the vast, ancient network of the travelers. My role was not to fight or to understand in a scientific sense, but to perceive asterisk, to resonate asterisk, to feel the truth of Earth in a way they, in their ancient, logical understanding, could not. I was the bridge for the raw, untamed essence of this unique world. The visions faded, the blue lines on the obsidian walls returning to their quiescent state. The hum from the platform softened, becoming once again a gentle vibration beneath my feet. I stood there, trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the profound weight of what I had just witnessed. My perspective on life, on reality, on my very existence, had been shattered and reformed. The guide creature stepped onto the platform with me, its long, slender form now standing beside me. Its mental presence, calm and steady, filled my mind. You have witnessed our purpose. You comprehend the nature of the stones. You now understand your connection. Your perception is our mirror. Your emotions are data. It paused, and I felt a subtle shift in its presence, a faint ripple of something akin to curiosity. We seek to understand, not to conquer, not to judge, but to preserve. The cosmos is vast, its wonders infinite, and each unique spark of life, each world holds a truth we wish to archive. Earth's truth is vibrant, chaotic, deeply resonant. I wanted to speak, to ask 1,000 questions, but no words formed. I felt that it understood my unspoken inquiries. Your species approaches a threshold, a moment of great change. Your awareness, your capacity for both destruction and creation is unique. The stone's signal, reactivated by your prolonged contact, was amplified by your species' collective energetic signature. A call in your terms, a beacon we could no longer ignore. So humanity itself was radiating a signal, a consequence of its own rapid development and global interconnectedness. My accidental discovery of the stone had simply been the point of focus, the antenna that captured and transmitted that signal directly to them. Your presence here is by choice, yours and ours. We offered the path, you walked it. Your knowing is the initial phase of connection, a bridge for future understanding. We seek not to dominate, but to exchange, to integrate your unique perspective into our vast archive. I looked at the creature, at its featureless head. I still couldn't discern any emotion, any hint of personality, but the mental connection conveyed a sense of ancient wisdom, a profound, almost mournful dedication to its cosmic task. The vessel in the central chamber is prepared for transit. Its purpose, to continue the archive, to collect more resonance from other points of unique universal significance. The meaning was clear. They were leaving, and they were taking Earth's resonance, encapsulated in the green stone, with them. But then another thought, even more profound, but a direct, living bridge must remain, a conduit for the ongoing resonance, to ensure no truth is lost. My blood ran cold again. A living bridge, I projected the thought, my first conscious attempt at direct mental communication. You mean me. The creature's head tilted. You are the one. Your integration is complete. Your purpose, now intertwined with ours. You are our interface to Earth, our direct connection to its evolving truth. The full weight of my new reality pressed down on me. I wasn't just a witness. I was a tool, a living extension of their cosmic library, but it was not a hostile appropriation. It was a symbiotic relationship. They had chosen me, not captured me. You are not imprisoned. You are not forced. You are simply connected. You will continue your life as before if you choose, but your perception will forever be expanded, your senses refined, your knowing will deepen. You will feel the resonance of this world as we feel the resonance of the cosmos. And when a significant truth arises, when Earth reaches a new threshold, we will perceive it through you, a silent, constant feed. I closed my eyes, trying to process this. My solitude, my life in the wilderness, had been turned into a cosmic task. I was no longer just a man in the mountains. I was Earth's ambassador, its living data stream to an ancient, alien intelligence. When I opened my eyes, the creature had extended its three-fingered hand towards my chest. I felt no fear, only a strange sense of inevitability. As its fingers gently touched the fabric of my shirt, a faint, internal blue light, exactly like the one that had pulsed from the green stone, emanated from its fingertips. A warmth spread through my chest, then permeated my entire being, a gentle, soothing energy that resonated with the hum from the platform. It wasn't painful, but it was intensely personal, a silent affirmation of our connection. It felt like a subtle rewiring, a final calibration of the bridge. The stone's energy is now dispersed through your bioelectric field, a permanent conduit. You are now the star stone of your kind. The physical marker is no longer required. The warmth receded, leaving behind a subtle glow, a faint, almost imperceptible blue light that pulsed in my chest, visible only if I looked closely, a constant internal beacon. The creature withdrew its hand. Our time here is concluding. We leave this spire in stasis until another activation is required. Your species has much to discover, much to endure. We will observe, through you. It turned, walking silently back towards the entrance of the chamber. I remained on the platform, feeling the last, lingering echoes of the cosmic visions in my mind, the subtle hum of my new, internal resonance. I stepped off the platform, following the creature out of the chamber and back into the long, curving passage. The journey back felt different now. The blue lines on the walls seemed brighter, more significant. The hum, no longer just a sound, was a symphony of unseen energies, a constant flow of data and connection. My senses were alive, picking up nuances of the spire's structure, its energy, its purpose, that had been completely hidden to me before. When we reached the vast central chamber, the air was buzzing with renewed energy. The colossal vessel, docked in its central position, was now radiating a much brighter, more intense blue light, not just from its interior, but from its entire obsidian surface. It pulsed with a contained power, a silent beast awakening. The remaining creatures were arranged around it, not in a circle, but in a long, flowing line, stretching from the vessel towards the entrance I had originally used. They moved with a new sense of urgency, yet still with their fluid, silent grace. My guide creature walked to the head of this line, pausing for a moment, its featureless head once again turning towards me. The mental connection was a final, powerful current, a wave of information both profound and terrifying. The universe is older, stranger, and more wondrous than you can ever conceive. Your journey is now a part of this. Embrace the knowing. Fear only ignorance. Then it turned and entered the vessel, disappearing into the brilliant blue-lit interior. The other creatures followed, one by one, their dark forms vanishing into the pulsating light. The opening in the vessel's hull shimmered, then closed seamlessly, leaving the colossal object whole and perfect once more. The central chamber was now empty, save for me. The colossal vessel, radiating its intense blue light, stood silent and immense on its glowing pedestal. The network of blue lines crisscrossing the walls pulsed with an almost frenetic energy, and the hum, now a throbbing, physical presence, filled the entire spire. The vessel began to rise, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, it ascended towards the impossibly high vaulted ceiling. As it moved, the blue light it emitted intensified, and the hum reached a crescendo, a sound that vibrated through every cell of my body, making my teeth ache and my vision blur. Then with a silent, blinding flash, the vessel passed through the ceiling, vanishing into the shimmering, translucent window that had previously displayed the cosmic visions. The blue light it left behind slowly faded, replaced by the soft, ambient glow of the chamber's internal lighting. The hum, though still present, diminished rapidly, becoming a distant whisper, then a faint thrum. The ceiling, which had served as a portal, slowly resealed itself, the shimmering translucence receding, becoming once again solid obsidian, though now with a faint, residual blue glow that pulsed gently. The chamber was silent. The vessel was gone. The travelers had departed. I stood there alone in the center of the vast, alien space, a human anomaly in a structure designed for cosmic beings. The air was still thick with the ozone mineral scent, a lingering phantom of their presence. My chest still glowed with that subtle internal blue light, a testament to the irreversible integration. My mind, though no longer bombarded, buzzed with 1,000 new perceptions, a myriad of unspoken truths. The entrance I had used to enter the spire, the arching aperture of swirling blue light, was still open. It beckoned, a silent invitation to return to the world I had left behind. But that world felt impossibly distant now, almost alien in its simplicity. I walked towards the entrance, my steps light, my senses hyper-aware. The obsidian walls, once mere rock, now seemed to pulse with a hidden life, a complex network of energies. The very air tasted different, charged with the memory of alien technology and cosmic journeys. As I approached the threshold, a final, profound thought resonated in my mind, a collective echo from the departed travelers. Remember, observe, learn, and when the time is right, the bridge will activate. We will listen. I stepped through the archway, out of the spire, and into the twilight of the valley. The sky above was a deep indigo, dotted with the first hesitant stars. The air was cold, crisp, and clean, free of the ozone scent that had permeated the spire. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs, grounding me, yet my connection to the alien reality remained, a constant undercurrent. The spire, impossibly tall and slender, still rose from the mountain peak, its obsidian surface a dark silhouette against the fading light. But the intricate blue lines that had pulsed along its length were now dim, almost imperceptible. The symbol etched into the mountain face was no longer glowing, just a colossal carving on the rock. The hum was gone, replaced by the natural sounds of the wilderness, the distant rush of the river, the whisper of wind through the pines. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But I knew better. My cabin was shattered, Buster was gone, and my mind was irrevocably altered. I was no longer the man I had been. I was a bridge, a conduit, an observer for an ancient alien intelligence. I looked at my truck, still parked at the edge of the tree line, a mundane piece of human technology against the backdrop of cosmic wonder. My rifle, slung across the passenger seat, seemed laughable now. What use were such tools against forces that could travel stars, shatter walls, and probe minds? I got into the truck, the familiar scent of worn leather and gasoline a strange comfort. I started the engine, the rumble of its diesel a jarring contrast to the ethereal hum of the spire. I put it in gear, and slowly, carefully, began to drive back up the treacherous track, away from the valley, away from the silent, ancient structure. The night deepened as I ascended, the stars blazing with an unfamiliar intensity in the clear mountain air. I glanced at my chest. Beneath my shirt, I could see the faintest, almost invisible blue glow pulsing rhythmically, a subtle heartbeat of alien energy, marking me as something more, something changed. The feeling of being watched, once a source of paranoia, was now different. It was still there, but it was no longer menacing. It was a constant connection, a silent partnership. I was both the watcher and the watched, the observer and the observed. I drove for hours, leaving the valley far behind. I didn't know where I was going, what I would do, or how I would live with this new reality. My old life was gone, shattered like the front wall of my cabin, but a new path had been laid out, one that stretched across the cosmos. I eventually found a small, isolated clearing, nestled deep in the forest, far from any road or trail. I pulled off the track, cut the engine, and sat in the silent darkness, surrounded by the towering pines. The cold seeped into the truck, but I barely noticed it. My mind was still alight, processing, adapting. I laid back, staring up at the vast, star-strewn sky. It looked different now. The constellations, once familiar patterns, now seemed to pulse with hidden energies, to whisper of distant worlds and ancient journeys. I saw the symbol, woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, connecting every point of light, every swirl of nebulae. A new emotion arose within me when I hadn't felt in years, profound loneliness. Buster was gone. My old life, my old self was gone. I was alone with this immense, terrifying, and awe-inspiring truth. But then another sensation, subtle but undeniable, arose from within me. It was the resonance of Earth, a symphony of life, of growth, of decay, of struggle, of joy, of sorrow. I could feel it all, pulsing through my newly attuned senses, a vast, complex data stream of planetary consciousness. The rustle of a mouse in the undergrowth, the slow growth of a pine tree, the distant roar of a mountain lion, the silent turning of the planet itself. It was all there, vivid and immediate, filtered through my mind. This was my new purpose, to bear witness, to be the bridge, to feel the truth of Earth. I closed my eyes, allowing the overwhelming sensory input to wash over me. It was both exhilarating and exhausting. My body was still human, still frail, but my mind, my spirit, had been forever expanded, forever connected. I opened my eyes, the faint blue glow in my chest a steady pulse. The stars above seemed to wink back, a silent acknowledgement of my new role. I was a part of something vast, something ancient, something that transcended all human understanding. The long night stretched before me. There would be no sleep, only observation, only learning, only being. I knew that my travels were not over. The travelers had gone, but their connection remained, and I was now bound to the ongoing story of Earth and its place in the greater cosmos. I was no longer running from a secret, I was living it, and a new chapter, one beyond anything I could have ever imagined, was about to begin. The wilderness, my old sanctuary, was now my cosmic post. My solitude, once a comfort, was now a vigil. I was ready, as much as any man could be, for whatever came next. The air grew colder, the first hint of pre-dawn chill biting at the night. The stars began to fade, one by one, as the eastern horizon hinted at the approaching dawn. A new day, a new existence. I looked at my hands, rough and calloused from a lifetime of labor in the mountains. They still looked like the hands of a simple man, but I knew better. These hands, this body, this mind, were now conduits, and through them, the universe would continue to speak. My gaze drifted to the distant peaks, veiled in mist, silent and ancient. They had always been my home, my grounding. Now they were a part of a much larger home, a cosmic residence I was only just beginning to perceive. And somewhere, far beyond those peaks, beyond the reach of human eyes, the dark vessel carried its priceless archive, its green stone, and its ancient, alien purpose deeper into the endless, waiting stars. I had lived a life of quiet solitude, a man of the mountains, seeking peace in the wild. Now, peace was a concept far too small for the vastness of my new reality. I was a witness to wonders and a guardian of truths. My journey, indeed, had only just truly begun, and the world I once knew had become merely a stage for the unfolding of a far grander narrative. I felt the profound hum of existence, the silent symphony of the cosmos, resonating within me. It was a calling, a burden, and a destiny all wrapped into one. And as the first slivers of light touched the distant mountain tops, I knew I had to move, to explore, to learn, to live my new life, not just for myself, but as the enduring bridge between worlds. My true journey was about to start, guided by the silent resonance of the cosmos. The cold bit through the truck's thin metal, but my mind was too alive, too buzzing with new perceptions to truly register it. The eastern sky was bleeding from deep indigo to pale rose, outlining the jagged peaks, but the world I saw was no longer just mountains and trees. It was a symphony of unseen energies, a tapestry woven with the resonance of life and thought. Every rustle of leaves, every distant chirping of a waking bird, every subterranean tremor of the earth beneath me was a distinct, vibrant chord in a chorus I had never known existed. My hands, still gripping the steering wheel, felt alien. They were the same calloused hands that had chopped wood, climbed cliffs, and comforted Buster, but now they tingled with the subtle blue glow that pulsed in my chest. I looked at the dashboard, at the familiar gauges, the worn plastic. It was a flimsy human construct, a thin veneer over a reality far grander and more terrifying. I drove, aimlessly at first, then with a vague, insistent pull towards the north, deeper into the unexplored wilderness of the Rockies. The mental compass, the one I had always relied on, was no longer merely sensing physical direction. It was orienting me within a vast, energetic landscape. I felt a subtle current, a flow of resonance that drew me away from the valley of the spire, away from any semblance of human civilization. The initial hours were a blur of overwhelming sensory input. The resonance of the earth was a torrent, the slow, patient pulse of ancient geological strata, the frantic, joyful burst of spring runoff cascading down distant slopes, the deep, guttural thrum of a hidden aquifer. I could feel the intricate root systems of the pines reaching for water, the microscopic life teeming in the soil, the silent, relentless turning of the planet itself. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly exhausting. My human brain struggled to contain it all, to filter the endless stream of data. I pulled over by a roaring river, its meltwater white with foam. The sound, once a comfort, now felt like a living entity, its frantic energy radiating through me. I leaned out the window, gasping, trying to anchor myself in the familiar. My breath plumed out in ragged clouds. I was still human. This body still needed air, still felt cold, but my mind was no longer entirely my own. The connection to the travelers, though silent now, was a constant undercurrent. I felt their distant listening, a receptive stillness in the vastness of the cosmos. I was their ear, their eye, their feeling heart on earth. The burden of that responsibility settled upon me, heavy and immense. For days I drove deeper into the wilderness, avoiding roads, relying on old logging tracks and game trails. I ate when I could, slept fitfully when exhaustion finally claimed me, my dreams a kaleidoscope of cosmic visions and Earth's vibrant resonance. The simple act of existing became a complex negotiation with an expanded reality. The blue glow in my chest, a faint, internal beacon, never faded. It was my constant companion, a physical manifestation of the stone's energy now dispersed through me. When I focused, I could feel it radiating outwards, intertwining with the world around me, a silent conversation between my altered self and the living planet. I found myself drawn to places of profound natural energy. A thermal hot spring, bubbling steam into the cold mountain air, its heat a joyous, vibrant pulse against the cold earth. A lightning-scarred peak, its granite alive with the memory of ancient storms. A grove of giant sequoias, their massive trunks thrumming with centuries of slow, patient growth, their roots reaching deep into the planet's memory. In these places, the resonance was clearest, most powerful, almost a physical presence. One evening, perched on a high ridge overlooking an untouched valley, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and purple, I focused on the internal blue light. I tried to understand, not with logic, but with feeling. What did the travelers truly want? What was the truth of Earth they sought to archive? And then, for the first time, a new layer of the knowing opened. It wasn't a direct thought from them, but an insight born of my amplified connection. They weren't looking for facts, for scientific data. They were looking for the asterisk experience asterisk, the raw, unfiltered, emotional resonance of existence. The joy of a hawk soaring, the pain of a deer caught in a storm, the fear of a rabbit, the quiet triumph of a seed sprouting. They, with their ancient logic and vast archives, understood the mechanics of the cosmos, but they yearned for the subjective truth. The chaotic beauty of life lived on the edge of the unknown. And I, a human, with my messy emotions, my capacity for both profound love and crushing loneliness, was uniquely positioned to feel that truth. My very humanness was the key. This realization was both terrifying and strangely empowering. I was not just a tool, I was an interpreter. My humanity was my greatest asset, not a weakness. As weeks turned into months, I began to adapt. The overwhelming sensory input became a symphony I could tune into, rather than a cacophony. I learned to filter, to focus, to perceive the layers of resonance without losing myself in them. My physical senses, too, seemed enhanced. I could hear the whisper of a distant avalanche before it became a rumble, smell the approach of a storm hours before the first cloud appeared. My instinct for danger, once sharp, was now almost precognitive, a subtle shift in the resonance of the immediate environment. I continued to drift, moving from one remote wilderness to another, guided by the internal compass and the subtle currents of resonance. I found work when necessary, odd jobs that required little interaction, allowing me to remain an anonymous observer. But I rarely stayed in one place for long. The call to explore, to perceive, to connect with new forms of Earth's truth was constant. My nights were spent under the stars, my mind reaching out, feeling the vastness of the cosmos, the silent, watchful presence of the travelers, and the vibrant, pulsing heart of Earth. I would sit for hours, lost in thought, the faint blue glow in my chest a steady rhythm, synchronizing with the pulse of the planet. One particular winter, I found myself in the Alaskan wilderness, drawn by the raw, untamed power of the Arctic. The cold was brutal, a stark contrast to the Arizona desert I had briefly called home. But here the resonance was immense, ancient, primal. The vast ice fields thrummed with glacial memory, the endless taiga whispered of slow, cold survival, and the fierce wildlife, bears, wolves, caribou, pulsed with a wild, untamed energy that resonated deeply with my own. I lived in a small, isolated trapper-s cabin far north of Fairbanks, accessible only by snowmobile or bush plane. It was a simpler life, much like my old one in the Mummy Range, but now imbued with a profound, cosmic purpose. I trapped to survive, to provide, but my real work was to listen, to perceive. The northern lights, when they danced across the sky, were no longer just a beautiful atmospheric phenomenon. To my altered senses, they were a visible manifestation of Earth's energetic field, interacting with the solar winds, a colossal display of cosmic communication. I would stand for hours, bathed in their shimmering green and purple light, feeling the planet's magnetic field pulse through me, connecting me to the vast, unseen forces of the universe. One bitterly cold night, a few months into my Alaskan stay, the resonance shifted. It wasn't a physical change, but a subtle, almost imperceptible alteration in the planet's energetic hum. It was a new frequency, a delicate vibration that spoke of something emerging, something new. I felt a faint flicker of connection from the travelers, a distant, receptive surge, as if they too had noticed the shift through my senses. Observe closely. The silent directive resonated in my mind. I spent the next few days trekking through the frozen wilderness, guided by this new resonance. It led me deeper into an untouched expanse of boreal forest, where the ancient pines stood sentinel, heavy with snow. The cold was fierce, but I barely felt it. My body, attuned to the planet's energy, was now more resilient, more connected to the rhythms of the earth. Finally, after days of relentless travel, the resonance pulsed strongly, guiding me to a vast, frozen clearing. In its center, nestled amongst ancient, snow-laden spruce trees, was a structure I had never seen before. It wasn't alien, not like the spire. It was undeniably human. A massive, circular installation, perhaps 100 yards in diameter, made of gleaming steel and concrete, half buried in the snow. Dishes and antennae bristled from its surface, pointing towards the sky. It was a research station, clearly, but one of immense scale and complexity, unlike anything I had ever encountered in the wilderness. There were no visible roads leading to it, no power lines. It was utterly isolated, a technological island in a sea of raw nature. The new resonance, the subtle frequency I had detected, was emanating from within this structure. It was a complex signal, a highly organized burst of energy, unlike the natural resonance of the planet. It was a human creation. I approached cautiously, keeping to the tree line, my old rifle held ready, though I knew it was useless against whatever lay within. The blue glow in my chest pulsed faintly, a silent alert. My expanded senses registered the subtle hum of its internal machinery, the faint scent of diesel generators, the presence of human life within. There were perhaps a dozen people inside, their individual resonances distinct but blurred by the structure's own energetic signature. I watched for hours, hidden by the dense spruce forest. No one emerged. No vehicles came or went. It was a silent, self-contained world. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of purple and deep red, the resonance from the station intensified. The dishes on its roof began to hum, and a faint, internal blue light, not unlike the travelers, pulsed from within the structure, illuminating cracks in its concrete shell. Then from the largest dish, a beam of pure, coherent energy shot upwards, piercing the twilight sky. It was not as blinding as the traveler's beam, nor as ethereal, but it was powerful, focused, and undeniably artificial. It reached upwards into the vast, waiting cosmos. The traveler's mental connection, dormant for months, flared in my mind. This is the new resonance, a human signal, a call. My blood ran cold. Humans were calling out. To whom, to what, and what would answer? I remained hidden, watching, feeling the resonance of Earth shift and tremble around this colossal human beacon. The subtle frequency of emergence I had felt before was now a clear, unmistakable signal of reaching out. The beam of light pulsed steadily, a silent testament to human ambition and curiosity. And then, from the vast emptiness of the sky, far above the station, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer appeared. It was the same light-absorbing distortion I had witnessed above Arizona, the signature of the traveler's vessel. My heart leaped into my throat. They were here, or rather, they were asterisk responding. The shimmer grew, expanding slowly, silently, until it became a colossal, dark form, blotting out a section of the stars. It hung motionless, utterly silent, high above the human station, observing the beam of light that stretched up towards it. The traveler's connection in my mind was a torrent of data now, a rapid-fire download of their analysis, observation of new energetic signature, response to overt directed contact, assessment of potential for interaction, non-interference protocol maintained until overt act of aggression or direct request for aid. They were evaluating, they were listening, and I, the bridge, was their primary sensor, their direct conduit to human intent. I felt the collective curiosity of the travelers, a vast, ancient intelligence trying to parse the complex, chaotic signals of humanity. Then the shimmer on the vessel's underside pulsed once, a single, ethereal blue light, a silent acknowledgement. And with the same unsettling speed, it vanished, leaving no trace but the human beam still stretching into the empty sky and the terrified certainty in my mind. They had seen, they had heard, they had responded by asterisk not responding, by maintaining their distance, their silent observation. The human beam continued to pulse for a few more minutes, then slowly faded, retracting back into the station. The dishes went silent, the internal blue light extinguished. The station returned to its quiet hum, its presence a stark, cold monument to a cosmic conversation that had just occurred, entirely unknown to its human participants. The resonance of Earth, which had vibrated with such anticipation, slowly settled back into its familiar rhythms. The new frequency of reaching out lingered, a subtle alteration in the background hum, but the immediate event was over. The traveler's connection faded, leaving me with a sense of immense, unasked questions. What had they gleaned from this first overt human contact? What did they think of humanity's desperate reach into the void? I stayed for another day, observing the station. It remained silent, apparently unaware of the cosmic visitor it had just briefly encountered. The humans within continued their work, whatever it was, oblivious to the fact that their signal had been received, analyzed, and politely ignored. This encounter solidified my new purpose. My role as the bridge was not merely passive observation, it was a crucial act of translation. The travelers, in their vast, ancient wisdom, needed a human perspective to understand humanity. And I, with my expanded senses and my deeply ingrained human experience, was that perspective. I left the Alaskan wilderness shortly after, feeling an even greater sense of urgency. The world was changing. Humanity was waking up to the cosmos, and the travelers were watching. My task, my destiny, was to continue my journey, to expand my understanding, to be ready for whatever came next. Over the next few years, I continued my nomadic existence, always moving, always seeking the most isolated and energetically resonant places. I felt the subtle shifts in Earth's consciousness, the slow, inexorable march of human progress, the waxing and waning of its collective resonance. The blue glow in my chest was a constant, gentle reminder of my unique cosmic burden. I learned to interpret the traveler's silent connection, not as direct commands, but as subtle nudges, directions to observe particular phenomena, to focus on specific aspects of Earth's truth. When humanity pushed the boundaries of its understanding, when it made significant leaps in technology or philosophy, I felt the traveler's distant attention sharpen, their silent listening intensify. I became a ghost, known only by fleeting glimpses, a wild-eyed wanderer always on the edge of the known world. I used my enhanced senses to survive, to avoid detection, to blend into the vastness of the wilderness. My body, though aging, felt invigorated, subtly sustained by the stone's energy flowing through me. I rarely felt illness, rarely experienced true fatigue. I was always aware, always attuned. My appearance began to change, too, subtly at first. My eyes, once a clear blue, now held a deeper, almost unsettling intensity, sometimes seeming to reflect the faintest blue light from within. My skin, weathered by years in the sun and wind, seemed to possess a strange, almost translucent quality in certain light, hinting at the internal glow. I was becoming something new, a hybrid of man and starstone, a living conduit. One spring, I was drawn to the vast, high plains of the American West. The resonance here was different from the mountains or the Arctic. It was a resonance of immense space, of ancient buffalo herds, of indigenous cultures deeply connected to the land. It was a quieter, more patient hum, broken by the occasional, vibrant burst of a thunderstorm rolling in across the prairie. Its raw power a thrilling dance of cosmic and terrestrial energy. I was camping in a remote canyon, a place filled with ancient petroglyphs when the resonance shifted again. It was a familiar feeling, a new frequency emerging, but this time it was laced with a sense of urgency, almost a distress, not from Earth but from something else. The traveler's connection flared, a cold, sharp jolt in my mind. Anomaly detected, disruption of protocol. observation compromised. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was new. Disruption, compromised. They were not just observing, they were reacting. The resonance of the canyon around me was suddenly filled with static, a jarring interference that grated on my newly attuned senses. The ancient rock walls, usually solid and comforting, now seemed to hum with an unnatural tension. I looked up. The sky, usually a vast, clear canvas, was subtly distorted. A faint, almost invisible shimmer like heat haze pulsed high above, but it wasn't the light-absorbing signature of the traveler's vessel. This distortion was different, almost chaotic, flickering with a strange, dark energy. Then, from the heart of the distortion, something began to descend. Not a sleek, obsidian vessel, but something angular, jagged, and utterly unlike anything I had ever seen. It was massive, perhaps a mile across, a colossal dark pyramid, its edges sharp and unnatural against the blue sky. It pulsed with a dull, red light that seemed to actively drain the warmth from the air, casting long, unsettling shadows across the canyon. My breath hitched. This wasn't the travelers. This was something else, something hostile. The mental connection to the travelers was a frantic torrent now, unknown entity, invasive, hostile intent confirmed, non-interference protocol overridden, immediate action required to protect planetary integrity. The words, or rather the concepts, slammed into my mind with bone-shattering force. Planetary integrity. These beings, these cosmic librarians, were now actively engaging, and they were communicating with me, the bridge. The colossal pyramid descended slowly, silently, its red light intensifying, bathing the canyon in an eerie, blood-red glow. The air grew impossibly cold, the very ground beneath me trembling with a deep, guttural thrum that was not the traveler's hum, but something far more dissonant, far more malevolent. Then, from the underside of the pyramid, multiple beams of dark, crimson light shot down towards the plains, striking the ground in distant, silent explosions. There was no visible fire, no sound, but I felt a sickening tremor through the earth, a resonance of disruption, of asterisk unmaking. Patches of the plains where the beams struck seemed to shimmer, then flatten, losing their very energetic signature, becoming dead zones, voids in the vibrant tapestry of Earth's life. The traveler's connection burned in my mind, disruption of resonance, parasitic extraction of planetary energy, immediate countermeasure initiated. Suddenly, from the very core of the Earth, a vast, powerful surge of energy erupted. It wasn't a beam of light, but a wave of pure, raw planetary force, channeled through the network of green stones, amplified by my presence and directed upwards. The ground under me vibrated violently, almost throwing me off my feet. The canyon walls thrummed, and the ancient petroglyphs on them seemed to glow with a brief, internal light. And then from high above the pyramid, the air rippled, and the traveler's vessel materialized. Not slowly, not subtly, but with a sudden, instantaneous flash of obsidian blackness, larger and more imposing than I had ever seen it. It was positioned directly above the hostile pyramid, dwarfing it, a silent, dark sentinel against the red-tinged sky. From its underside, a network of brilliant, ethereal blue light pulsed, forming an intricate geometric pattern, the symbol colossal and incandescent. It wasn't a weapon in the traditional sense, but a focused beam of pure, coherent energy, precisely aimed at the pyramid. The blue light hit the red pyramid. There was no explosion, no crash of thunder, just a silent, cosmic battle of pure energy. The pyramid shuddered, its red light flickering wildly, the chaotic distortion around it intensifying. The air cracked and hissed, not with sound, but with an unseen energetic conflict. The traveler's connection was a furious torrent of data, parasitic entity attempting to siphon planetary life force, defense protocol active, containment and neutralization in progress. The blue beam from the traveler's vessel intensified, slowly, inexorably, pushing back against the red energy of the pyramid. The pyramid began to shrink, to warp, its jagged edges dissolving into shimmering chaos. Its dissonant thrum became a shriek, a sound that grated on my nerves, echoing in my very bones. I felt the immense, ancient power of the travelers, not just observing, but actively defending. They were not emotionless automatons. They were guardians, fiercely protective of the cosmic archive, of the delicate balance of existence. Earth was a precious library, and this parasitic entity was attempting to burn its pages. The blue light surged one final time, overwhelming the red. The pyramid imploded, not in a destructive blast, but in a silent, inward collapse, shrinking to a pinprick of dark energy, then vanishing entirely, leaving only a lingering coldness in the air and a faint, acrid scent that mixed with the ozone. The traveler's vessel remained motionless for a moment, its blue symbol still pulsing faintly on its underside, a silent statement of victory. Then, with the same instantaneous flash, it winked out of existence, leaving the sky empty, the stars slowly regaining their clarity. The terrifying cold receded, replaced by the familiar crispness of the canyon air. The dissonance faded, and the resonance of Earth returned to its usual, vibrant hum, albeit with a faint, lingering tremor, like a heartbeat slowly calming after a fright. The traveler's connection, though no longer frantic, was still sharp, concise, threat neutralized, integrity restored, observation protocol re-established, your data crucial. My body was trembling, my knees weak. I sank to the ground, trying to regulate my breathing, trying to process the enormity of what I had just witnessed. A cosmic war, fought silently, invisibly over the fate of Earth, and I, a mere human, had been at its very heart, the bridge, the conduit, the crucial data point. This was no longer just about feeling the resonance of Earth. This was about asterisk defending asterisk it. My role had just expanded, shifted into something far more active, far more dangerous. The blue glow in my chest pulsed with renewed intensity, a constant, internal beacon, now also a silent badge of shared purpose. I was not alone. The travelers, though distant, were connected to me, to Earth, through me. I spent the next few days recovering, the memories of the alien conflict burning in my mind. The dead zones where the pyramid's beams had struck still resonated with a chilling void, a reminder of the fragility of planetary life. But the Earth was resilient, already slowly regenerating, its vibrant life force slowly filling the emptiness. This experience changed everything. My aimless wandering now had a direction, a purpose beyond mere observation. I was no longer simply a chronicler, I was a sentinel. I had to learn to grow, to prepare for whatever future threats might emerge. The universe was not just vast and wondrous, it was also dangerous, filled with entities whose intentions were far from benign. My focus sharpened. I no longer avoided human civilization entirely, but sought out sources of information, always subtly, always on the fringes. I delved into ancient texts, folklore, and scientific theories, searching for echoes of the travelers, for warnings of other alien incursions. The old woman in the diner, Sela's, my grandfather's tales of star stones, they all took on new meaning, no longer just quaint stories, but fragmented pieces of a much larger, unspoken truth. I learned to meditate, to expand my consciousness, to delve deeper into the mental connection with the travelers. It was a painstaking process, a melding of human intuition and alien logic, a constant negotiation between two vastly different modes of perception. I discovered that I could, with extreme focus, project certain concepts back to them, simple messages of intent or perception. It was like learning a new language, not of words, but of pure thought. My new life became a solitary vigil. I trained my body, honing my wilderness skills to an unprecedented level. I learned to move through any terrain, to survive in any climate, a living embodiment of Earth's resilience. My mind, too, became a weapon, a finely tuned instrument of perception, constantly scanning the energetic landscape of the planet, always listening for the slightest discord, the faintest ripple of an anomaly. The blue glow in my chest, my internal starstone, became a source of strength, a wellspring of subtle energy that sustained me through hardships that would have broken any ordinary man. I was still human, still felt the cold, the hunger, the loneliness, but I was also more. I was a guardian. Years passed, I aged but slowly, imperceptibly, as if the traveler's energy subtly countered the relentless march of time. My hair turned white, my face lined, but my eyes remained piercing, reflecting that internal blue glow, always alert, always aware. I was still a man of the mountains, but now my mountains spanned the globe, my wilderness was the entire planet. I witnessed humanity's progress from a cosmic perspective, its relentless drive for knowledge, its technological explosion, its growing awareness of the universe. I saw the beauty of its collective creativity, the profound depth of its compassion, and the terrifying potential of its destructive power. All of it resonated through me, amplified, understood by the silent, ancient intelligence that listened through my mind. There were other, smaller anomalies, other subtle shifts in resonance that I sensed, often long before any human instrument could detect them. Not always hostile, sometimes just fleeting observations from other, less invasive entities. The universe was indeed teeming with life, with consciousness, with countless forms and purposes. And Earth, my home, was a vibrant crossroads, a fascinating anomaly in the cosmic tapestry. My purpose as the bridge was evolving. It wasn't just about translating Earth's experience, it was about protecting it. The travelers relied on me, on my unique human perspective, to guide their non-interference protocols, to understand when observation should give way to intervention. I was the arbiter, the crucial link between their ancient wisdom and the raw, unpredictable chaos of humanity. One day, while meditating on a remote peak in the Himalayas, feeling the immense, ancient resonance of the mountains and the profound spiritual energies of the region, the traveler's connection pulsed with a new, distinct intensity. It was not a warning, not a directive, but a profound, almost celebratory surge of shared understanding. Threshold reached, new phase initiated, planetary resonance at critical density, acknowledgement of collective consciousness, time for interaction approaching. My eyes snapped open. Threshold, critical density, collective consciousness. This was massive. Humanity was reaching a new energetic state, a new level of interconnectedness that was making its signal to the cosmos too strong, too complex for the travelers to merely observe through a single conduit. The sky above was clear, an impossibly deep blue, but I felt a subtle shimmering, a faint distortion in the upper atmosphere. It wasn't a vessel. It was something far more diffuse, more pervasive, a field, an influence. Then from the depths of the earth, a surge of energy erupted, channeled through the network of green stones, amplified by my presence and directed upwards. But this time it wasn't a defense. It was a welcome, a beacon, a asterisk call that was no longer silent. The traveler's connection pulsed. a clear, resonant thought that resonated not just in my mind, but I realized with a shock, subtly in the minds of countless others across the planet. Not a direct, verbal message, but a deep, shared intuition, a profound sense of impending change, of connection, of a veil being lifted. The bridge expands, the truth is revealed, humanity is ready, we approach. My breath caught in my throat. They were coming, not just to observe, not just to defend, but to interact asterisk. Humanity, in its collective evolution, had reached a point where direct contact was inevitable and, for the travelers, desirable. I felt a profound sense of awe, tinged with a familiar, cold dread. The world was about to change in ways no human could possibly comprehend. My role as the solitary bridge was about to end, replaced by something far grander, far more complex. I looked down at my hands, at the faint blue glow in my chest. My journey, which had started with a single, inexplicable footprint on a frozen lake, had led me here to this moment. I was the harbinger, the first point of contact, the living proof of their existence. The shimmering in the atmosphere intensified, coalescing into countless points of light, not stars but vessels. Not just one, but many, arrayed across the vastness of Earth's upper atmosphere. They were not dark and sleek like the primary vessel, but smaller, more varied in form, each pulsing with a soft, ethereal blue light. A fleet. Below, across the globe, I felt the initial ripples of humanity's awakening. Not panic, not fear, not yet, but a collective gasp of profound realization, a species suddenly aware it was not alone. The resonance of Earth in that moment was a wave of pure wonder, an explosion of collective consciousness. My mind resonated with the traveler's collective presence, a final, clear message for me, the lone bridge. Your work, the solitary vigil, is complete. The stage is set. Your new purpose, to guide, to interpret, to foster understanding in the coming interaction. To be the voice of Earth to the cosmos, and the voice of the cosmos to Earth. I stood up, my old body invigorated by the surge of energy, my senses alive with the unfolding cosmic drama. The blue glow in my chest flared, a brilliant beacon. The loneliness I had carried for so long receded, replaced by a profound sense of connection, of belonging to something far, far greater than myself. The sky above me was now filled with a shimmering, ethereal light, the blue glow of countless alien vessels slowly descending, illuminating the peaks, the valleys, the entire planet. Humanity was about to meet its cosmic neighbors. And I, the mountain man, the bridge, was ready. My journey, indeed, had only just truly begun. The world I once knew had become merely a stage for the unfolding of a far grander narrative. I felt the profound hum of existence, the silent symphony of the cosmos, resonating within me. It was a calling, a burden, and a destiny all wrapped into one. And as the first slivers of alien light touched the distant mountain tops, I knew I had to move, to explore, to learn. To live my new life, not just for myself, but as the enduring bridge between worlds. My true journey was about to start, guided by the silent resonance of the cosmos. The blue glow of countless alien vessels, now visible to the naked eye, slowly descended, transforming the familiar peaks and valleys into a landscape of shimmering, ethereal light. The world was holding its breath, a collective gasp echoing through the planetary resonance that pulsed through me. Panic was still held at bay by sheer awe, a profound wonder that transcended fear. It was the moment humanity had unknowingly yearned for and unknowingly dreaded. I stood on the Himalayan peak, bathed in this new alien dawn, the faint blue glow in my chest flaring in sync with the descending fleet. My senses were ablaze. I felt the surge of adrenaline in remote villages, the stunned silence in bustling cities, the frantic broadcast signals erupting from every corner of the globe. The resonance of Earth, usually a complex symphony, was now a single, overwhelming chord of pure, unadulterated astonishment. The traveler's final message, your new purpose, to guide, to interpret, to foster understanding in the coming interaction, to be the voice of Earth to the cosmos, and the voice of the cosmos to Earth echoed in my mind. The solitary vigil was over. The bridge was expanding. As the vessels drew closer, they resolved into intricate, organic shapes, not sleek like the primary craft I had seen, but varied, almost like living organisms themselves, each one pulsating with its own internal blue light. They descended with impossible grace, silently positioning themselves above major cities, vast natural landmarks, and remote, spiritually significant sites across the planet. The Himalayas, with their ancient energy, now served as a majestic, glowing backdrop. A vast circular vessel, larger than any other, slowly positioned itself directly above me, casting a luminous shadow. From its underside, a single, impossibly bright beam of pure blue light, coherent and focused, descended and enveloped the peak I stood on. It was not destructive, not invasive, but a gentle, resonant field of energy that embraced the mountain and me. Within this field, the air crackled with the familiar ozone mineral scent, and the pervasive hum, now a soaring, melodic symphony, resonated through every fiber of my being. My vision blurred, not from pain, but from the sheer intensity of the light and the surge of information that flooded my mind. The blue beam expanded, forming a vast, shimmering dome over the entire peak. And then slowly, a section of the massive vessel directly above me began to open, peeling back like iridescent petals, revealing a core of pure, swirling blue energy. From this opening, a shimmering platform extended downwards, shimmering with the same intense light. Upon the platform stood not one, but 3 travelers. Their obsidian forms were dark silhouettes against the blinding blue, impossibly tall and slender, their featureless heads tilted slightly. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, stepping off the platform onto the peak, their click-thump steps now muted by the enveloping energy field. They stopped a dozen yards from me, their collective presence a powerful, silent force. The mental connection was no longer a one-way torrent. It was an open channel, a direct, undeniable interface. Welcome, Bridge Keeper. The thought, a harmonious chorus of alien minds, resonated deeply within my own. The time for silent observation has ended. The era of shared understanding begins. I stood before them, a single, aging human, my rough hands trembling, my heart pounding, but my spirit resolute. The blue glow in my chest flared, responding to their presence, a reciprocal beacon. I am ready, I projected, my first conscious, intentional message back to them, not in words, but in a clear surge of intent and emotion. I am ready to speak for Earth. One of the travelers, the one in the center, extended an impossibly long, 3-fingered hand towards me. Its movement was deliberate, ancient, yet filled with a profound grace. The blue light from its fingertips pulsed gently. Your courage is noted, your journey celebrated, your unique resonance invaluable. The collective thought flowed into me, warm and reassuring. The collective consciousness of Earth has reached a vibrant threshold. Your species is ready for the vastness, for the truth. As its hand drew closer, I felt no fear, only a sense of profound inevitability, of destiny fulfilled. Its fingers gently touched my forehead. The touch was not cold, but permeated with a gentle, calming energy that flowed through my mind, aligning, stabilizing. The internal blue glow in my chest intensified, harmonizing with the energy flowing from their touch. The mental connection surged, and I no longer felt just their thoughts, but their awareness asterisk. I perceived the countless forms of life across the cosmos, the intricate dances of galaxies, the profound, endless pursuit of knowledge that defined their ancient civilization. I saw the Earth not just as a planet, but as a living, breathing entity. Its myriad life forms a single, vast, intricate tapestry of resonance. And then I felt the collective consciousness of humanity, no longer a jumble of individual thoughts, but a nascent, awakening mind, stirring with curiosity, apprehension, and an overwhelming, universal desire to understand. This was the critical density, the moment of global awareness that had opened the door to their arrival. You are the nexus, the primary conduit for this awakening. The traveler's collective voice resonated in my expanded mind. Through you, the initial dialogue will flow. The questions of humanity will be heard. The answers of the cosmos will be perceived. The traveler removed its hand. The calming energy lingered, a permanent fixture in my mind, a sense of profound balance and clarity. My own thoughts, once chaotic, now felt ordered, aligned with a greater purpose. The sky above me was now a spectacle of descending blue light. The vast fleet was slowly, silently making its final approach, their presence acknowledged across the globe. I felt the first tentative messages of human governments, of scientists, of spiritual leaders, all broadcasting into the void, reaching for contact, for understanding. And through me, the travelers began to respond, not with words, not with grand pronouncements, but with a subtle, pervasive wave of mental resonance, a calming, inviting presence that settled over the planet. It was a projection of their intent, peace, observation, exchange. I looked at the three travelers before me, their featureless forms now radiating not just power, but a profound, ancient wisdom. They were not gods, not conquerors. They were simply the others, the silent gardeners, the cosmic librarians, now stepping out of the shadows. My role was clear. I was to be the interpreter of feelings, the translator of experience. I would explain to the travelers the chaotic beauty of human emotions, the irrational spark of creativity, the profound depths of human suffering and joy. And I would help humanity comprehend the cold, logical elegance of universal order, the patient pursuit of cosmic truth, the vast, ancient purpose of the travelers. The summit of the Himalayan peak, once a solitary sanctuary, was now a bridgehead. Below, the first human expeditions, drawn by the undeniable presence of the fleet, were already making their way up the treacherous slopes, their individual resonances a mixture of fear and fervent hope. My journey had truly begun on that frozen lake, a decade ago, with an inexplicable footprint. It had led me through fear, paranoia, revelation, and finally, to this pinnacle, this moment of cosmic communion. I was no longer a lonely mountain man. I was the interface, the living link between two worlds on the brink of profound interaction. The sun, now rising above the distant peaks, cast its first golden rays across the shimmering alien vessels, painting them in hues of unearthly blue and terrestrial gold. The hum of the traveler's presence was a constant, gentle song in my mind, a symphony of connection. I took a deep breath, the cold, clean mountain air filling my lungs. My old rifle, left in the truck below, felt like a distant memory, a relic of a simpler, smaller world. My true tools were now my expanded mind, my attuned senses, and the unwavering, faint blue glow in my chest. The future was unwritten, filled with unimaginable challenges and unprecedented wonders. But I was ready. I was the bridge. and the conversation between Earth and the cosmos was finally about to begin. My story as a man of the mountains was over. My destiny as a sentinel of the cosmos, the enduring link between worlds, had just truly commenced, and I would embrace every terrifying, magnificent moment of it. The journey, indeed, had only just begun.